the situation. Okay? Let me explain something. For those of you out there who don't know me, the best thing you can do probably in your life is get to know my track record, my credibility, because it's amongst the highest in the world. Okay? That's fact. The problem is that people out there, they think that somebody that they see on TV is credible. And I can tell you for a goddamn fact, it's the opposite. If you're seeing somebody on TV all the time, promoted as an expert, that's the dumb money. And you all don't know that because it's human nature to make a comparison. Oh, Kevin O'Leary, Peter Schiff, all they're doing is promoting a bunch of fucking clowns and con artists. Okay, so I'm the king. I'm the king of trade. I'm the king of China trade. I'm the guy that warned everybody, and I'm going to show you guys the proof. For those of you who are too fucking lazy to get up off your ass and read a book that I don't make a penny off of anymore because it's out of print. I wrote 20 years ago warning America about the China threat. And that same book was probably the most comprehensive book tearing down America, exposing America, and that's why I was banned. That book was banned. I was boycotted, and ever since then I've been banned. That book also predicted the details of the financial crisis, the exact details. Nobody in the world can come remotely close to my forecasts of the financial crisis. I actually even recommended to not only short the subprimes in the book, but I also mentioned to short the home builders, General Electric, General Motors, the banks, and Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. Think about that. I've already explained all this before. The easy call is the subprimes. Those are the junk bonds. Okay? I got banned, folks. You all could have been fucking filthy rich. I got banned, and instead, the media, what can I call these parasites? The media promoted their buddies, their blood brothers, you know, guys like Peter Schiff and all these other con artists, and claimed that they predicted the financial crisis. And you better goddamn well believe they fucking didn't. That's a goddamn fact. I'm the guy that did. And take a look at the description. There's 2 chapters from my books you can read for free. And you can see for your fucking self in the description. Okay? There's a lot more evidence on the website, so on and so forth. Okay? I'm the guy that wrote about trade in detail in that book 20 fucking years ago. You don't think I know about China? Who do you think is using my book as a desk reference? I was told several years ago during Trump's first term, there's a lot of officials using that book, America's Financial Apocalypse, FYI. Now, before we begin, I'm going to go ahead and show some of you people out there, some of you naysayers probably, give you some examples. And unfortunately, the sad thing is that most of you probably don't even know or understand the relevance of what I'm going to show you, because the vast majority of you didn't even know there was a problem with U.S. trade, especially with China, until Trump started talking about it. You all didn't fucking know. And Trump got his whole campaign from Patrick Buchanan. Patrick Buchanan was the only person, he was the only person in decades that was credible and honest to run for president. And he was shot down. He ran 3 times. He warned against NAFTA. Okay? He's a devout Catholic, so he had a lot of foundations in the morality and the value system of that religion of Christianity, in terms of the unity and all the things that religion brings. And he was also against the open borders. Everything that you all have seen over the past several years has become a big problem. Patrick Buchanan tried to stop all that in the early stages, and he was shot down. And Trump during that time in the 90s, and even the last time Buchanan ran as an independent, I already did a live stream on this. In 2000, when Buchanan ran as an independent, and Trump also ran for president, by the way, in 2000. You all don't fucking know that probably. Trump was calling Buchanan a liberal and a Nazi. And Trump stole his entire campaign from the 90s, from 2000, to run and win in 2016. Did you all know that? Did you know that? Okay, Patrick Buchanan was an insider. He served in the Nixon administration. He served in the Reagan administration. Okay? So, let me go ahead and show you now. And you know, as I said, my book is being used. Okay, I'm the guy before Peter Navarro. My book was written before his bullshit. Okay? My book was written in the early hours of China having been admitted to the World Trade Organization. China was admitted to the World Trade Organization in 2001. I was doing the research for that book, America's Financial Apocalypse, the 2006 original extended edition. The big book. The fucking Bible on the economy. Okay? I exposed the U.S. healthcare system. I talked about Social Security, the pension crisis, everything. Exposed the fuck out of America. Wall Street, all the fraud. That's why I was banned, folks. And the media only wants to promote their blood brothers, who are all charlatans, as experts. And that's why, if you listen to the media, you're going to get fucked. And if you listen to YouTube, you are royally fucked. Because these YouTube fucking frauds don't know jack shit, and all they do is tune in to the scammers on CNBC and all these other media networks. That's why they pump Kathy Wood and Tom Lee and all these other fucking frauds and con artists. And that's what they fucking are. And some of you say, well, gosh, you know, I don't know if I can take you seriously. You're cursing. You don't sound professional. Listen to me, goddammit. I'm the big swinging fucking dick. I can act any way I want. In fact, I want to act this way. You know why? I don't want you to think I'm credible based upon my demeanor. I want you to know that I'm fucking credible based upon my goddamn motherfucking track record. Boom, motherfucking boom. You got it? You got it? Nobody's going to do this except somebody who's got the fucking goods. I've got the goods. Okay? Now, let's, and by the way, when I talk this way, this is after more than 20 years of not just being sidelined and banned and blackballed, but harassed. Okay? I have been assaulted, attacked, and I thought I was a patriot. I thought I was trying to help my country. And then I find out the criminality of America. That's why I got the fuck out long before all this shit unraveled. Okay? Not many people are ever going to know my story. There were some people a long time ago who knew it, who were getting my research. There's a few that are still around from day one. But, you know, this is what it's all about. Making sure people like me their story's never told. So you don't realize the reality. And so instead you think that Joe Rogan is the truth teller. Fucking fraud. Okay? And all these other frauds like Alex. I mean, all these fucking idiots on, and I'm talking the YouTube audience, they believed Alex Jones. They believed chemtrails and Bigfoot and all this other fucking horse shit. You people believe this shit and all these fucking frauds. The education system failed you. You failed the education system. Your parents have failed you. I want to tell you that right now. So let me go ahead and give you a little quick rundown before I talk about China and all these frauds out there. China has never been a superpower and never will be. And I'm going to tell you why it never will be if you stick around. And it's quite simple. And I will guarantee you, write this the fuck down. And I've been doing this now for 2 decades. And people around me have been doing the same thing. Nobody, and I'm talking not some little fucking YouTube child. I'm talking somebody with, number one, perceived credibility. In other words, they have this perception because of their media celebrity status or a huge number of followers. Preferably an expert will go up against me on anything I ever say. Anything. Guaranteed. Because they know I'm right, and just about everybody out there works on brainwashing, sequestering people without being challenged because they have agendas. Okay? That's a fact. Okay? So, I'm going to show you a few little slides here. And we're going to talk, and I'm going to tell you why. Because it's so amazing, people don't understand. Folks, China's a communist country. Has anyone here ever been to China? Spent some time in China, living in China? Anyone? Any communist country? Have any of you ever even been in fucking Asia? Besides the people who might be listening to this who live in Asia. Do you have a perspective? Well, let me tell you something. I've been all around. And I'm not just some fucking backpacker. I'm a world-class analyst. I know the economies of many of these countries in Asia better than anybody. And I can give you examples of that. In fact, I can tell you right now, did anyone notice? Well, you probably didn't notice, but you might want to look up recently, of course, because Thailand was one of the top countries with the highest reciprocal tariffs, below Vietnam. Vietnam and Thailand were pretty high. Vietnam 46, I think Thailand, I don't know, 35, 36, something like that. And so Vietnam, of course, was out there already begging. And I know how these guys are in Vietnam. First of all, I think that the Trump's guys know you don't trust Asians. Okay? And I'm talking about Asians living in Asia. I'm talking about the culture. Okay? Number one, when it comes to scams, Asians they wrote the Bible on scams. Number two, their culture, their value system, they're just full of shit. I mean, I remember hearing when I was a kid, never to trust. I mean, there's certain cultures, certain people, from the way that they are, they don't value honesty. And this is especially true in communist countries. Now, there are more westernized, more Christian Asian countries. They have different spillover from Western culture, right? But generally speaking, if they're detached from the Western civilization, I personally don't generally trust them by default, because I understand. You got to understand, every culture is not like the Western civilization. It's built on the principles of the ancient Greeks. Where do you think we got everything? The ancient Greeks. The ancient Greeks were the first people in history to think like human beings instead of animals. That's why they created philosophy. Okay? And so there's a certain moral virtue in the Western civilization. You don't have that in Asia. So they do business differently. And so they just talk. They yap. My point is this. Of course, Vietnam is already coming out and saying all this. Oh, yeah, we'll remove the tariff, this and this. And you may have heard someone from the White House, maybe even Trump, I'm not sure. I remember hearing something like, oh, well, we don't want talk. We want action. They know. Okay? And I've seen it. They come out with announcements, so on and so forth, but they don't do shit. Okay? Here's my point. Vietnam is desperate because, of course, the U.S. economy, the trade to America is so important for Vietnam's economy. Without that, they're going to collapse. Okay? Meanwhile, Thailand, did anyone hear what they said? They said, oh, we're not ready to lower our tariffs. We're not ready to lower our... Anyone notice that? I did. Does anyone know why they have that mentality? I do. See, if you understand the way the inner workings of the Thai economic system operates versus the Vietnamese economic system, then you'll understand. I think I've explained it before, actually. I'm not going to get into that here. I challenge you to find anybody out there in the world who knows why. I can guarantee you nobody knows. Nobody. Okay? Cuba may be one of the worst humanitarian situations in the world right now outside of China. What's going on in Cuba is shocking and disgusting. And the U.S. media is not covering anything. They haven't covered, I mentioned this before, okay? And I know this because I talked with several Cubans, and I couldn't believe what the hell's going on in Cuba. But of course, the American media doesn't talk about that because they only talk about humanitarian crises when there's something in it for them. You see? That's the only time they do it. Okay? There's no comparison to the Greek philosophers. Okay? And there's no comparison to the ancient Greek empire. Greatest empire ever. I mean, this is why Greece is called the cradle of Western civilization. And anybody out there who's got a decent high school education, which should have included world history, should know this. Because I didn't take world history in college. Okay, I learned it all in high school. And I didn't learn a whole lot in high school. Of course, they probably don't even teach that anymore. You know, apparently what they're teaching, from what I'm seeing, the books that people are, they're reading in high school, they're reading about these books about how white people are racist and stuff like that. But anyway, so first of all, the reason why Thailand doesn't want to lower the tariffs is there's something you all don't know about. I mentioned this in the stream on the corruption in Vietnam. Thailand's economy is controlled by a handful of elite families as well as the king. Okay, they dictate what the fuck happens. Okay? They control the industries. As a result of that, if you're a small business owner, let's say you're a consumer electronics, they dictate what you're going to be able to sell, and they're going to sell it to you. Okay? They determine your source, your distribution. They have all the distribution. Okay? So think about that for a second. Of course, Thailand wants to protect from competition. You see, Asians don't like competition. They never have. Okay? There's a saying in Thai, I forgot what it's called, but it's a word that means control. In Asia, it's all about control. This is why they have mafias all over in Asia. It's all about getting control and holding control. If you have control, well, that's it. That's all you need. They don't have a competitive marketplace. It's not this part of their value system. They don't like that. You see, the culture of Asia is very compatible to socialism. Not communism, socialism. There's a big difference. Of course, you don't hear that these days. People confuse. They think communism is the same as socialism, and it's not. Okay? Socialism, I'm talking about what Europe used to have. And it's, almost gone in Europe. Europe used to have a socialist economic system, prior to, 2000, 1990. They have somewhat still. And someone's like, oh, it's socialism, it's bad, because that's what the American media is always saying, it's bad, it's communist, Oh, really? Well, if you think that, don't fucking cry to people when you file for bankruptcy because you can't afford to pay your medical bills. Don't cry to people because you can't afford to pay for your college loans. You got it? So, of course, Aikman is in on this. Aikman made money on this. There's no doubt about it. He's one of the donors to Trump. What's going on in the White House in Washington with Trump and his crackpots, it's shocking to me. I couldn't even imagine this level of fraud, much less in the first 100 days. It's fucking unbelievable. And I believe Trump, honestly, based upon everything that's going on, he should have been impeached a long time ago and kicked out of office because of this Doge bullshit. And what they're planning to do. They're planning to privatize Social Security if they can make it work. I'm telling you. I mean, think about it, folks. Who funded Trump? Okay? And if you believe that Trump is truly going to do what he says he's going to do, I think that you're naive. Anyway, maybe I'll talk about that a little later. Okay? Let me continue, and then I'll show you some excerpts about my predictions in trade. But so here's the situation. They don't want any competition in Thailand because the elite families control all the industries. So of course they're going to keep the tariffs up as much as they can. Let me give you a little story, by the way. I told this story a few times. Thai Beverage, which is the dominant alcoholic beverage company in Thailand. There's basically two big ones. Thai Beverage bought the Vietnamese major beer company called Bia. Okay, about 9 years ago, something like that. And I was talking to some guy one time, and he told me about it actually. And I said, "Oh wow, really? That's great. Maybe they can import Vietnamese beer to Thailand because Thai beer fucking sucks. Chang fucking sucks. Leo is fucking urine. It's garbage." And he looked at me and said, "Why would they? They don't need to. They don't need to." This was a Thai man. And he told me this without even realizing, like, I'm thinking, like, what? What? This is natural. It's natural thinking for him. In other words, they have control. They don't need to improve the consumer marketplace by providing more choices and bringing more value. You understand? This is the mindset of Thailand. It's the mindset of Asia. And this man, by the way, he's in an elite family. He's a relative of the current prime minister in Thailand, who they say, I've heard that she's, basically her father's calling the shots because she's a child. She's like under 40. The Shinawatras, okay? Very powerful. So this is what he told me. And I was thinking to myself, wow, like he doesn't get it. This is the mentality, okay? Now, what about Vietnam? Vietnam, on the other hand, is racing. They want to lower tariffs immediately. You know why? Because the Vietnam economy is much different. It's not run by several families, much less a king. You see? It's a communist country. So, in a communist country, who runs everything? The officials. You see? So, what do I mean by that? Well, in Thailand, the elite families that control all the industries, that own most of the assets, they're going to make sure to not have any competition because they don't want their businesses to have to compete with superior goods from America, which they can't compete with. In Vietnam, you don't have that same force. Okay, you don't have that same force. What do you have instead? The officials control the flow of goods in and out of Vietnam. You understand? So it's the immigration officials that are responsible for allowing goods to come and go from Vietnam. And there's a lot of corruption. there's many people who pay off the officials, and they are able to get goods into Vietnam without any tariffs. Okay? That's the difference. That's the key that nobody else understands. I can guarantee you that, except for you guys now. Okay? And there's no way anyone is going to understand that unless, number one, they've heard it from me, or number two, they are a high-level analyst, very observant, and they've spent considerable time in those countries. Okay, that's fact. That's why no one else knows this. This is high-level insider understanding. And if you have this understanding, then you can really understand, you can start to understand the mentality, and then therefore the strategy, and you can predict certain things. But then you also have to understand a lot more about the culture. The cultures are very, very different. And I'm not just saying between West and East. I'm also saying, between these different countries. And I don't claim to be an expert in the cultures of these countries at all, but I know quite a bit. So anyway, let's move on now about China. Talk about China. Okay? So I'm going to show you here a couple of things here. This is, of course, a quote from my book in 2006. Once again, the book was not about free trade. It wasn't about the trade issue. It was about it's called America's Financial Apocalypse. Okay? It was about predicting the financial crisis. That was the shorter term issue that I thought was going to happen within the next, few years. Okay? The longer term issues, which I highlighted throughout the book, number one, trade, and number two, healthcare. Okay? Only now are we starting to see the trade issue being addressed. Trump's first term, he didn't address it much. He did a little bit. But at the end of the day, he didn't really do what he needed to do. Okay? He wasn't trying to, the tariffs were just kind of minor, and he was more worried about protecting intellectual property, which means he was set on making sure those American jobs stayed in China. Okay? Now, it looks like he's taking a lot more steps. The problem is that his strategy is completely fucked. And only today, with China's completely stupid, harebrained move, right? Only because of that has Trump now gone to the strategy that he should have gone to from day one. And that is, first and foremost, focus on China. China is the problem. China is the big cheater. Okay? He should have began with China. He shouldn't mess with Canada and Mexico at all. It should have been China, then followed by Southeast Asia. Take care of all that, and then you hit Europe. Take care of that, and then you address the issues with Canada and Mexico. Okay? You don't go against the whole fucking world in one shot, because then you're going to create an incentive for the whole world to go against America. And in fact, China was actually trying to court the EU, coming out. Xi Jinping is coming out. Oh, we must fight this trying to get the EU to basically go with China. And there's been talk about that. And what I'm going to tell you here, I could talk about China for fucking days on end. I've been researching China for 25 years. I would have to believe, when you look at from an investment standpoint, a forecasting standpoint, and the accuracy, I probably am the top analyst on China in the world. Okay? Do I know as much as the top guy in the world in terms of the economics and so forth? No, of course not. Do I know as much about the history as some of the historians and some of the... No, I don't. But in terms of what matters, knowing enough to make the actionable forecasts and predictions, I'm the guy. I would say, because I predicted the boom. And in fact, in my 2006 book, I even predicted there would be a bust in China. And then I predicted the definitive bust a few years ago, I was very cautious in 2019. Very, very concerned. Starting to get a little bit in 2018. Okay. So, let me go ahead and show you a few other things. Take a look at this. Okay? Read this. You may have heard about this recently. Right? Why do you think Trump is going after all the countries? Because China has used other countries as backdoor mechanisms, right, to avoid tariffs. Specifically, Mexico and more recently, Vietnam. Do you see this? Should I read this? Okay. Finally, along with the NAFTA nations, Mexico and Canada, CAFTA participants are serving as backdoor portals for products from China, Japan, and Europe. What this means is that these nations are able to indirectly utilize the economic benefits of NAFTA and CAFTA to import goods into America duty-free. As well, these nations can build production facilities in NAFTA and CAFTA member nations where they can directly supply American consumers with duty-free goods, thereby circumventing WTO regulations. This was written 20 years ago. Think about that for a second. And I have to kind of pat myself on the back because I get zero credit. Think about the insight, the foresight, the fucking brilliance of a person that sees these things. Think about that. That's who you're dealing with, folks. Not some of these fucking idiots and charlatans on YouTube. You know, oh, I listen to Peter Zehan. Yeah, because he's got the right name and he's promoted in the algorithm because he's fucking worked for a company that's a Mossad operative. That's why. Fucking clown. Some of these other guys. Folks, that's why I say you better learn as much about my track record as possible and learn what went on. Then you're going to say, holy shit, this guy's the fucking real deal. He's the fucking king. Wow. Okay? So you'll know what's going on. And you're at the very least, so you won't get fucking fooled by all this horse shit out there. Because all you're getting out there is a bunch of... the media promotes a bunch of fucking jugheads. And charlatans. I'm not joking. So, you see that, folks? This is what I wrote. And, of course, I was doing the research in 2004 and 2005. This is... No, but you all didn't know this. You all didn't even know this was happening until maybe a month ago. And some of you didn't even know it a month ago. Okay? This was well before China was massively subsidizing. Once again, this was when I wrote this book and did the research, it was only a couple of years. China had been in the World Trade Organization a couple of years. If, of course, I hadn't been banned and it was economically feasible for me to write more books, I would have updated everything and showed the world. I mean, I did it in my research about how China was subsidizing all their industries, how China was massively involved in slave labor, in child labor. But you see, understand, when I wrote this book, and I also wrote about affirmative action, okay, political correctness, and it may not seem like a big deal now, but back then, are you fucking kidding me? That's why I was banned. Okay? They don't want anybody to talk about the trade issue back then at all. Why do you think Trump won? Because he was wise enough to realize that Americans have had enough. And he knew he could take the White House if he ran on things that had gotten so fucking egregious, so disgustingly pathetic over the years. These Democrats were so stupid They exaggerated things so much, they fucked up the country so bad that anybody could say anything to remedy, claiming they were going to remedy things, and everybody would vote for them. Because you're talking about generations of people in America who lost their jobs at all these factories because of trade. And all these generations of seeing all these illegals come in and commit all these crimes and fuck up the system. I mean, it's not too difficult to win an election as a president when you are addressing these issues which no one else wants to address, because these are establishment policies. You will understand. There's a mafia in the West that controls the Western world, and they're alien people. They're alien to white culture, Western civilization, to Christianity. They don't share anything in common. They want the white man out of the way. You understand? And they have created all these destructive movements. It's been going on for decades. It's fact. Get anywhere in the world to debate me. They won't do it. I have the facts. You see? They've been doing this, and you can't even mention who they are. Or you're a racist. Right? You're a Nazi. That's how much power they have. Okay? They opened the borders. They created the whole reparations for the American Indians to support their own. And now you have the black Americans wanting trillions of dollars from American taxpayer money because they feel they're owed that, because they were told that by this same group. They opened the borders, this same group. They went out, they used their control of the mass media entertainment complex to brainwash people, to brainwash white girls to intermix, interbreed. It's cool. You understand all these things. They brainwash people. They, in the school system, they brainwash people, the kids, to think it's cool to be gay, so that the kids think, hey, I'm a trans. It's cool. You understand what they have done? I didn't even talk about the financial system. These are the same people who sent the jobs overseas. Do you understand what's happened to America? Do you understand? Why the fuck do you think they wanted me banned? Instead, they got all these guys that are false heroes and gatekeepers and controlled opposition telling you bullshit. They're telling you enough of the truth so you believe them. And they're not gonna get to the fucking nitty gritty. They're not gonna tell you who's responsible and what's exactly going on. That's why when you take a look at all the people controlling the dissemination of media, there's one group of people that's related to each other. All the big guys controlling the public discourse, they all seem to be related, don't they? Now you know why. Because that group is supportive of the same people that cause these problems. They want the people of these countries, Western countries, these are white countries, right? I mean, the Western countries have always had an immigration policy. They've always let people in. Because the white people are very compassionate, very fair, very good, nice, honest people, generally, right? If you go to these other countries, they're not going to let you in. There's no fucking immigration. Go and see what happens when you illegally enter into Thailand or Myanmar or Vietnam or China or even South Korea or Japan. Okay? Go and see if you can get citizenship in these countries. You fucking crazy? You can't get citizenship. They have closed borders. The media doesn't want you to know that. They don't talk about that. In America, they tell you that if you think Americans' borders should be closed, in other words, I don't know there's a lot of people saying don't have any immigrants. I think people just want a process like we used to have. A fair process, a diligent process, right? And if you want that, the media wants to tell you that you're a Nazi, you're a racist, You see, because they want to put pressure on you to make you feel bad. They don't talk about how many of these countries outside of the West, they don't even have any type of immigration process at all. Zero. Of course, they don't want you to know that, because if you realize that, then you're going to realize, wait a second, they don't seem to have the same types of social issues that they do in these countries that have closed borders. With the exception, of course, of some of these more advanced countries in Asia that have embraced capitalism. See, capitalism, in my opinion, is not compatible with Asian culture, as I mentioned earlier. So this is why you see, more advanced countries like Japan, and it's like a dystopia. It's very strange there. The people are very weird. They're so asocial to each other. I mean, you can look into it. It's a very morbid situation there. Or you can look at the insane things going on in South Korea. Okay? You see, they don't want people to know these things. It's all about, and this has been this way, folks, it's not just the past 5 years or the past 10 years. This force of foreign invaders that's been in the countries for a very long time, slowly getting more power, they've been doing this for a very long time. It's just that they reached this threshold, this tipping point over the past 10 years. It's accelerated so that people really kind of see what's going on now. And this is why Trump won. The problem is, if you take a look who Trump has surrounded himself with, tell me it's any different than who all the leaders surround themselves with everywhere in the West. I mean, take a close look at Trump's family, at his children, who they're married to. Well, they're married to relatives of Biden's in-laws. Biden's children are also married to, you understand. So, you understand what I'm saying. It's a problem. Now, I'm not going to talk about this anymore. I wasn't planning on talking about these issues. This is about trade. Let me move on and show you another slide here. Okay. And this is kind of a continuation. You can see below this box, okay, already with an estimated 1 out of every $4 spent directly on imported manufactured goods, America is exporting its wealth overseas in exchange for non-essential consumer goods, or what I call stuff. In addition, this amount does not count the dollars spent on in-sourced products, i.e., for example, buying Japanese cars, many of which are now manufactured in the U.S., but whose profits are funneled back to Japan. Nor does it count the money spent by Americans on goods and services supplied by U.S. companies owned by foreign interests. Okay? Let me move on. You can just read this excerpt here. Given China's heightened stance in Washington as a top backer of U.S. debt, many American industries have no way to compete on a level playing field with its unfair business practices and currency manipulation. However, for large corporations, this has created benefit, as outsourcing and relocation to China has lowered costs and increased profits. But this has only benefited America's wealthy elite at the expense of working-class Americans. Damage to U.S. companies has not been limited to China's unfair pricing practices, currency manipulation. Many companies without the ability to expand overseas due to barriers erected by the Chinese government or by geographical restrictions have gone out of business. Specifically, anti-subsidy regulations that protect U.S. companies and employees from foreign subsidy programs do not apply to China because it is still considered a non-market economy by the WTO. Does anybody understand what I just read? You all once again, this was written 20 fucking years ago. Who's the godfather of U.S.-China trade? Who's the fucking king? Somebody tell me who the fuck the king is. I have 100 more excerpts like this. Okay? 20 fucking years, and you all don't even realize you don't even realize how impressive that is, because you all don't fucking know. You go find a fucking top expert. Be like, oh shit, this guy's the big swinging dick. And I'm not an economist. I'm an investment analyst. You understand? Yet, the depth and the foresight, this is why I'm the big swinging dick, folks. Okay? Same guy, the only guy who predicted the financial crisis, truly predicted it. That's why you can see now why. Okay? You can see this. In accordance with the regulations and policies of the WTO, it is illegal for the U.S. to protect its industries against Chinese subsidies. Furthermore, the WTO has ruled that the U.S. cannot hold China accountable for currency manipulation unless there's evidence that has also established a large trade surplus with the rest of its trading partners. Of course, this is a ridiculous requirement since China has only pegged its currency to the dollar for good reason. America is the world's biggest consumer marketplace. Okay? I don't know about Navarro. I haven't looked at any of his stuff. I didn't even know he wrote anything until recently. Okay? You can look into his stuff. Okay? But I can guarantee you, he didn't go to this level. Not when I did. I mean, he wrote something, I think, in 2011 or 12 about this, Death by China or something like that. I don't know. That's 6 years after me. I mean, it's pretty obvious after that time. I'm writing about it just on the eve, essentially, when China gets in the WTO. Okay? So, you understand this statement up here, specifically anti-subsidy regulations. See, China, you all know, of course, this is a communist country. You understand what that means? It's state-controlled, state-run enterprises. That's the majority of their commerce, and I could talk about that for a while. I'm not going to, but not only is it highly inefficient, and most of them are not even profitable, they're just fucking zombie companies, but you're talking about massive subsidies. This is how China is producing. One way is that they have, think about it, if you're a company, and not just Chinese companies, by the way, you're talking about the subsidies going to American corporations in China. That's right. They get subsidies too, to get them over there, to convince them to go over there. Folks, I've been banning Walmart for 25 years, refusing to go into that fucking store because I saw everything is out of China. When you're buying something from China, I mean, now you don't have much of a choice, but do something. They've got almost 1 million jobs. Apple has almost 1 million jobs in fucking China. And you won't buy a fucking iPhone. They wouldn't do this in Asia. They wouldn't do this because it's treason. You're shooting yourself in the leg. You understand this? Those jobs should be in America. Of course, the other way China cheats is they engage in prison labor. You all do know they have prisoners, massive prisons, that force people to produce products. Okay? Let me show you here. I'll show you this video later. Okay? What does that look like to you? What's that look like to you? Huh? That's a prison. Okay? You see that? Prison labor, child labor. Okay? They have slave labor. They kidnap people. Okay? Now, they're doing a lot more now in Cambodia. Now that China has essentially taken over Cambodia and Laos. This is why you're hearing about, and of course Myanmar. This is why you're hearing about all these places and all these illegal sweatshops and call centers and things. They're kidnapping people. Okay? It's mainly these Chinese mafia groups. And look, here's how it works basically in Asia. If you are a citizen of whatever country, let's say you're a Chinese citizen, and you are committing crimes against some foreigners, they don't really care that much. As long as you're not going after the local people. Okay? So, this is another way, of course, how China cheats the world in trade. I mean, do you really think that Chinese or any other people of the world can compete with Americans? The only people that are going to have a chance of competing with Americans are fucking Europeans. Okay? And I would say even Europeans, they're used to their slow life. The only people out there that really are doing any work, it seems like, have a good work ethic are the Germans. Right? The other Europeans are, they fucking take their siestas and shit, because they're used to their early retirement and all this stuff. Right? Nobody can compete with American craftsmanship. Nobody. On level playing field. Now, of course, they also cheat, as I wrote about. I don't know if I have excerpts, but I wrote about it. They also cheat because they don't have to have any environmental standards. They have no environmental protection agency. They don't have any OSHA workplace standards, right? So they're destroying their environment. You do know, of course, the top most polluted cities in the world are in China, water and air. And this is why you have cancer villages. You have villages in China that are called cancer villages because the rate of cancer is so fucking high. Okay? So how can anyone compete with a country that has no regard for its people or its environment? Right? They'll put prisoners, and many of these prisoners should not be in jail, like the Tibet monks, the Falun Gong, right? Or the child labor. I mean, child labor is a problem in Asia, in Southeast Asia, in East Asia. No doubt about it. And then, of course, if Microsoft relocates to China, they don't have to pay, health care costs. You all do know that. Let me explain something. As I wrote about in my book, over 40%, at least at the time that I wrote it, over on average, the typical corporate job, over 40% of the typical total compensation of employees in America comes from employee benefits, not cash. Benefits, you understand? Pension or 401k, retirement health care, current health insurance. You all do know how health insurance works in America, and of course I'm an expert in health care. I wrote a book on it exposing America's fucking healthcare disaster. It's a big crisis. America's in deep trouble with the healthcare. Big fucking problem. The vast majority of health insurance is paid for by your employer. And if you don't know that, then you probably never lost your job. If you lose your job, all of a sudden, your COBRA payments are going to be huge. You're going to be like, holy shit. Because they're paying for about 80%, 90% of the cost. Okay? So, they don't have those expenses when they move to China. You understand? U.S. corporations committed treason, and Washington got bought off through the corporate lobbyists. I wrote about this stuff 20 fucking years ago. And even now, Donald Trump isn't coming out. He's blaming our leaders. Our leaders did this. No, it wasn't just the leaders, dude. Why don't you tell the full truth? Our leaders were bribed by corporate lobbyists. Our leaders allowed corporate America over there. It was a team effort. You see, because Trump doesn't want to say that, because who do you think bought and paid for his fucking presidency? Right? You got it? So you can read this here. I warned about the technology transfer, intellectual property. I warned about Chinese citizens and universities, science programs stealing our intellectual property going back to China. This was 20 fucking years ago. Think about that. Some of you are still in your diapers. I can guarantee you much of this book on trade that was written back then 20 years ago you haven't heard about. You can see. Today, we see the exact opposite. Production and research facilities are being relocated overseas along with critical intellectual property assets such as trade secrets and patents. Thus, America is in the midst of transferring its absolute advantage to its free trade partners, thereby effectively erasing its competitive advantage. It's ludicrous. You can just read this. Okay? Read it. 20 years ago. And I'm banned. And this is not even, the highlight. Only now, that book was so fucking far ahead, people didn't even fucking realize how amazing it was. Because I wrote about, it was an expose of the country. You look back now and it's like, let's face it. Obviously, I'm fucking genius. I'm obviously fucking brilliant. Obviously. It's pretty fucking obvious. Okay? That doesn't matter to me. Whether, it doesn't matter. I don't care if anyone, the facts are there. You can't change the facts. You see? But think about it. I didn't even get credit for the financial crisis. And you got the 2 chapters, the links there in the description. You can read them for yourself. You all seen it. If you haven't seen it by now, I know what to tell you. Okay? And of course, there's so many atrocities going on in China. The treatment of the Tibet monks, Falun Gong. You've got illegal. They have the organ harvesting. They basically murder people. You know that, right? They need some organs. China is the place to go if you need an organ. Quickly, by the way. Quickly. They go to one of the prisons. They do, organ match, blood match. And it's there. Boom. That's it. They got it. This is known. This is common knowledge, by the way. You can look it up. Okay? I don't think some of you understand what we're talking about when you're talking about communism and the communist mentality. Okay? So, you can actually, I skipped some. Now, I mentioned all these advantages for corporate America to go overseas. But take a look at what George Bush passed. Take a look at this. Have you ever heard of the Foreign Jobs Creation Act? It actually gave U.S. corporations a financial incentive to relocate overseas. You understand? In my opinion, every single politician from Washington over the past 30 to 40 years should be rotting in prison for life, if not in the electric chair. This is treason what they did. And this needs to be addressed. In corporate America as well, these scumbags, they sold you out. And it's not just Americans, for those of you who are not from America. It began in America, and it spread to Europe. It spread to Canada. It spread to Australia. Even Japan. These countries are forced into this chase to the bottom. It's a race to the bottom, this free trade horse shit. Lowest price output. All these countries are forced to do it, and this means loss of jobs. Okay? This is all fact, folks. You never heard of this stuff. Why? Folks, why do you think I was blackballed? I was completely boycotted by the entire fucking establishment. And you'd be surprised who knows about me. You'd be surprised. These motherfucking crooks at CNBC know me. They all know who I am. You better believe it. I am well, folks. They don't want to. They're better if they just ignore me. Oh, I don't know who you're talking about. You see? Remember, those who get exposure get it for all the right reasons. The only problem is that the right reasons are not consistent with your best interest. The right reasons are for the people that run the show. That's how it works. That's how it's always going to work. Okay? That's how it works. Because if the people really understood what was going on, there'd be blood on the streets. There'd be blood on the fucking streets. If they even understood what went on during the financial crisis, which they still don't. They don't know. Okay? And you can see, once again, this data was probably as of, maybe 2005, late 2005. So think about what's happened since that time. During the past decade alone, over $3.2 trillion of foreign money has been used to acquire American corporate assets, including 8,600 takeovers in energy, transportation equipment, printing and publishing, insurance, electronics, and pharmaceuticals. Today, many of America's most critical industries are largely owned by foreign interests. And you can see all the numbers I put here. Think about that. That was 20 years ago. Think about how bad it's gotten now. So when you hear Trump, and you all know, I'm not a fan of Trump, and I'm very suspicious of him. I don't trust him, right? But when you hear him say that we're not able to go to war if we need to, when you hear him say we can't truly independently take care of our sick, it's true. Most of our pharmaceutical agents are manufactured overseas. Critical components of our military equipment are manufactured overseas. I wrote in this book as well about how the outsourcing by Boeing actually created India's airline industry. That's right. Do you actually think India can create their own airline? China, even now, still can't create their own airplanes, their own commercial jets. You know that. Now, several years ago, they planned on doing it. They thought they were going to be able to do it, and they were going to cancel Boeing, because Boeing is over in China. You know that, right? What the fuck are they doing in China? What the fuck are any of these companies doing in China? You all understand? Let me explain something. When you hear the word trade deficit, when you hear that phrase, think one thing: loss of jobs. A trade deficit means that country with the trade deficit is losing jobs. That's fact. That's the critical thing that I'm not sure that the Trump administration has made clear. I made it clear in my book. Okay? Think about that. Okay? So we'll go through this, finish up. So you can read this about China. So I even talk about China will correct. Similar to all excesses, China's economy will eventually correct over the next few years. Still, its oscillation through the global economic cycle is on an uptrend. Irrespective of any corrections, China's economy will continue to strengthen as America's economy weakens if the U.S. doesn't make significant changes in domestic and foreign policy. So ask yourself now, what happened? I mean, forget the financial crisis. It affected everybody for the most part. After the financial crisis, what happened? Were there any changes made? No. So what happened? China continued to get stronger and stronger, and America got weaker. Why? Because there was no changes made. They continued to allow Chinese foreign students in our engineering and science programs to steal the intellectual property, and they still do today. They continue to allow outsourcing, relocation of vital U.S. manufacturing plants overseas. Right? I mean, how is China not going to get stronger? You understand? Look at this. 25. Are you fucking kidding me? Who wrote this book? Jesus Christ. Who did this? This guy's fucking... I can't think of the word. I can't think of the word. But guess what? Remember, I'm the guy that remains banned. Remember, folks, this is not even my financial crisis material. I mean, are you kidding me? I need to have a movie made about me called The Legend. The Legend who was banned because he exposed the truth and the elites didn't like it because they wanted to continue to fuck Main Street. Okay, you understand. Now read this. This is about the foreign students. Already, the number of TOEFL exam applications from China has been decreasing dramatically for the past few years, as most Chinese want to take part in their nation's promising future, and sluggish economic conditions in America have further discouraged foreign immigration. Yet, many foreign students still use America's university system to obtain their high-tech education, only to return back to their homeland to take advantage of the economic opportunities created by corporate America. Read that carefully. Do you understand? You think the Chinese PhDs in chemistry and physics and engineering, you think that they're getting their education in America to go back and work for some Chinese company? They are now because the Chinese companies have copied and stolen the know-how and intellectual property of U.S. corporations that have been in China for fucking 20 and 30 years. But during this time when I'm writing this, they hadn't. They were going back to work for Microsoft and Intel. You understand? And by the way, let me just mention something before I forget. These fucking U.S. companies, okay, they act like they're innocent. Microsoft, Google, Nvidia, Meta, all these big tech giants are right now in China. They have research and development headquarters there. You understand that? As a matter of fact, I saw today how Microsoft is teaming up with some Chinese asset management firm, one of China's biggest, to create AI asset management. So, okay, so what? Well, first of all, they shouldn't be doing anything AI in China. They shouldn't have any fucking R&D in China. Remember, who paid for Microsoft's R&D? Taxpayers. Microsoft would not exist without taxpayers, American taxpayers. You know, the taxpayers who paid for the education of Microsoft's high-tech geniuses. They went to U.S. universities. All U.S. universities receive government taxpayer funds, either through direct public assistance, other subsidies, or U.S. government contracts. Think about that. Every time a U.S. company relocates overseas, That's taxpayer fraud. How come you're not hearing that? You know why I don't trust Trump now? He's not telling you the full fucking story. You got it? You see what I'm saying? They don't want to tell you the full fucking Monty. Okay? Because if they knew what I knew, what I wrote about 20 fucking years ago, if every American read that book and understood it, because, you know, there's a lot of stupid people now. No American would allow outsourcing. No American would buy anything made in China or anywhere else because they would understand that's throwing away their future and their kids' future, their future employment opportunities, their future income, their future wealth, even their future ability to have health care. If you don't have a stable job in America, you don't have health care, probably, unless you have a lot of money. And if you don't have a job, if you lost your job, you probably don't have a whole lot of money, right? No other country in the world, and no other country in the world is having a job providing you the ability to have health care. Think about that. Think about that. Yet, over the past 30 years, Americans' job security every year has become more fragile. It's not like 50 years ago or 60 years ago when you had a job and you worked there your whole life. How many times a person changed their job in America now, right? Think about it though. The problem is that having accessible, affordable health care is tied to full-time employment. And if you don't have a security of that, how are you going to get health insurance for you and your family? I wrote about this in my book, folks. Why do you think I wrote about health care? Do you understand how this is all tied into free trade? Now you know why I was banned. Now you starting to get the fucking picture? Okay? Go through, you read that fucking book. And you study it, and you read it about 10 fucking times and take notes and study it. Then you're going to appreciate it. Now, if you did it 20 years ago, you probably didn't know what's going on. But now, after all this, right, you're going to see it. So, and I tried to whitewash this as much as I could. I didn't want to get banned. So why does America still continue to provide foreign students admission to its best schools only to see many of them return home? This denies advanced training for American citizens while empowering foreign nations. Hopefully at some point, permitting foreign students into American universities will be recognized as both an economic and national security issue. Not only for science disciplines, but for all disciplines. These spots need to be reserved for Americans or foreigners who are legally obligated to remain in the U.S. for an extended period after graduation. You got it? What's wrong with that? I should be running the fucking country. Okay? You can just read all this. So read read this. And this, of course, talks about all the foreigners buying out American assets, corporations. If, in fact, corporate America controls Washington politics, and of course it does, we must question to what extent foreign nations will gain influence over Washington as this trend in foreign acquisitions continues. Finally, we must pose this question as it relates to U.S. national security. Okay? Once again, 20 fucking years ago. Go contact Steve Bannon, the felon. Tell him about me. Tell him about this shit. Folks, trust me. If you want to detect the fraud, nobody will talk to me. Because why? Because they don't want to tell the full truth. They don't want the truth. And they're going to see me like, oh, no. It's too much. They're only going to toe the line so far to get where they want to get. They don't want to expose the full Monty. You understand? I've explained this before. It's similar to how the America's two-party fraudulent political system operates. The Democrats and Republicans pretend that they fight, and one's for this and one's for that. In reality, they're working together to fuck the common people. They're laughing at you all. And you think, I mean, why do you think I don't fucking vote? You see? It's a big fucking stage. It's an act. It's a grand illusion. It's very sophisticated. But that's the way it works. Okay? So, that's a background. That's background material there, okay? So you know who the fuck you're listening to. And now you know why I can say anything I fucking want. I can curse because I can be intellectual, intelligent if I want to. There's no need to do that. You know, there's no need. I'm pissed off after 20 fucking years of going through what I've gone through, to the extent that I fucking abandoned America, the country that I tried to help people, to save the people, and I got the bad payback. I got intimidated by the feds to shut me up. Okay? I'm telling you folks, I didn't know before this happened to me. I didn't know anything about the mafia. I knew nothing. I didn't know about the history of all this stuff. You know, going back to the early 20th century, World War II. I didn't know anything about any of that stuff. I didn't know anything about World War II except, you know, Pearl Harbor, you know, was bombed by Japan. We got in the war. We won the war. I didn't know anything. I mean, to be honest with you, this is going to sound ignorant, but to be honest with you, I only kind of came across, I'm sure I knew this, you know, in high school, but I don't remember. I only came across, say, like about several years ago, the fact that, who was it? I didn't even remember, in fact, offhand, that we were allies with Russia. Right? Didn't even. That's not something that I thought about. But then when you think about it now, it's like, wait a second. Wait a second here. Why were we allies with Russia? I mean, what happened after World War II? The Cold War. Like, and by the way, somebody mentioned they're from Bulgaria. By the way, has anyone ever asked the question, who won World War II? Who won World War II? Anybody? Who won? And after we get, you know, I wasn't going to talk about it. We'll get to the China superpower thing here shortly, but who won World War II? Come on. Who won it? If there's one country responsible for winning, who was it? Come on. What country? Nobody knows? Nobody knows the country? I mean, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. You know, you can say whatever country that you want. I mean, you all can't be that brain dead. Come on. Okay, the USA. That's the common knowledge. Of course, you know, America. If America hadn't gotten into the war, I don't know if the quote allies would have won, right? So, okay, so I think if you ask about anybody, they're going to tell you America won the war. Okay, this is the kind of the end of England. They lost all their guys. You know, that was it. They lost their best people. So, if America won the war, which I think it's pretty much even the you know, any of the establishment people who want to debate me on this issue, they're going to say, of course America won the war. Okay? So now ask yourself this question, or answer this. Tell me, now we all know what happens after a war. What happens? Well, the winner, what's the phrase? To the victor belong the spoils or something like that? I don't know. the country that wins the war gets the territory, right? Now, I'm not a big historian guy. I didn't like history, like English. Those are boring for me. It's fucking stupid, I think, and especially if you're American. Our history is so recent, right? How can you be, when you're learning about just politics and American history, it's kind of boring. I think, European history is amazing. Very vast, rich history. But, so I'm not a historian guy, but we do know that when you win a war, you get the territory. Now, so tell me, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know, but does anyone know what territory America got? Because I don't recall any territory. Did America get any territory? Huh? Did America, yes or no? Somebody tell me. I really don't know. I don't think that they did. I know they certainly didn't get anything substantial. Right? We would know about that. You can look it up. Tell me if I'm wrong. I don't think they got anything, did they? So ask yourself who got the territory, because there's a lot of territory that exchanged fucking hands after World War II was over. Okay? Who got the territory? There were two entities that got the territory. Okay? That base is not, no, I'm talking, no. That's just, the base was in Japan for the same reason why America also got a base in Germany. The base was in Japan to make sure those fuckers didn't misbehave. You understand? Okay? No, that was more of a security thing. I'm talking about who got the territory, who took over the territory, right? There were two entities that got the territory, and I'll go ahead and tell everybody: Russia and Jewish people, right? The Jews got Palestine, which they called that part Israel, because of course they needed a place to feel safe, where they would be safe. Right? That's what so we have to give them a place where they can be safe. Yet, I don't know, it seems to be a lot of Jewish people all over the world. I guess they feel safe now. So anyway, in Russia. Now, I have a pretty good idea who controlled Russia. We know who controlled Russia during the Bolshevik Revolution. And I think it's fair to say the same people controlled Russia, okay, during the war and after the war. They got what? They got Eastern Europe. What's Eastern Europe? Did they not? I mean, am I wrong? Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a student of history. Right? But now, right? Ask yourself, by the way, raped and pillaged them. Russia completely fucked those countries. You all know that, right? Russia completely fucked over Eastern Europe. So ask yourself the question. They fucked over Eastern Europe, they raped and pillaged them, and they formed the Soviet Union. Why would America ally with Russia? Okay, it's interesting. I mean, I think I understand it all now. I didn't know about this stuff before, but once you understand the control, and it's kind of organic how you understand it, like in other words, you don't have any preconceived reason or any type of, you understand it organically through being inquisitive and putting things together. It's quite interesting, and you can't even talk about it, right? I mean, in fact, you all know in Europe, you Europeans, you all are so conditioned, like you're so conditioned that you can't talk about certain things, or you will go to jail. You know that. And you don't really think much of it because you grew up that way. It's the way it's been since you were a child. It's indoctrination. So, of course, you don't have a free thought, a free mind to think about things because they want to tell you, the way it is. And it's kind of what they've been doing, by the way, with this whole climate change narrative, right? Al Gore and all his little charlatan group, they want to call someone who doesn't believe the narrative of climate change. In other words, if you understand what the narrative is and what the conclusions are, right, and you don't believe those, then they want to call you a climate change denier, as if you're some crackpot, some wacko, you're not credible. You see, they want to attack your character instead of, addressing the arguments. They don't want an argument because they can't win an argument. They can't defeat the truth. They can only twist the truth around and, cause people to have problems if they speak the truth. It's the way the world is now. And think about that, of course, the West is becoming more like the developing world where you don't have any freedom of speech or freedom of protest, right? Freedom of self-expression. So, anyway, it's interesting. And so, when you think about these things, I guess it's kind of interesting now to talk about China, because we've been talking about a lot of stuff, you got a pretty good background now. Obviously, I didn't plan this. I don't know what I'm going to talk about. This is just off the cuff. Okay. But, so think about China. I'm not going to get into the details. I did a special presentation called the China Report in 2022, 5-hour webinar, which is still available, by the way. And it really discusses the short, intermediate, and long-term analysis of China. Okay? So, let's talk a little bit about that. I'm not going to get into the detail. Maybe in the future, if I talk about this, bits and pieces I will release. But in terms of certain things, I don't want to get into an economic discussion. I'm not an economist. I'm more of an economic analyst. I cover enough economics to suit my means. If you're focusing on economics, you're going to spin your wheels and go nowhere. And, that's why these guys can't get a fucking job unless they're with the government or academia because they're essentially useless. So, in the economics I know, I taught myself, and I use enough just to do the forecasting, But anyway, so if you look at China, of course, China wasn't always communist, and I have to believe, by the way, of course, anytime the government, the U.S. government, the FBI, whomever, they come out and they say, well, we want to make it clear this is not about the Chinese people, it's about the Chinese Communist Party, the Chinese government. And I said this before, I disagree. It is about the Chinese people. The Chinese people are working for the Communist Party. So you have to understand, the Chinese people are going to be, over time, once the Communist Party, once that cancer has been removed from their country, the Chinese people are going to change. They're going to think differently. They're going to act differently. But right now, I'm not going to say all of them, of course. There's always exceptions, and I'm sure there's people living in China that fucking hate the Communist Party, and they're dying to get out, including, there's some Christians there, there's people, there's plenty, oh, sure, but by and large, and I've interacted with these people. I'm just telling you, you have to understand. Once again, I said this about not during this discussion, but previously, I talked about what happened during World War II, what happened. The U.S. government put Japanese American citizens in prison camps, essentially, in detention centers, right? They put them in camps, in holding camps, right? Not prison camps, holding camps, detention camps. Why? Because they didn't trust them. They felt that they were going to be loyal to their country. Why? Why is that? Well, if you look back at Japan, the mentality and the way it was, right? And this is also goes back to what I was talking about in the beginning, and that is what? These countries have closed borders. If you have closed borders, there's a stronger sense of nationalism. Now, our media in America is going to tell you, nationalist, what? You're a Nazi. Everybody should be proud to be a nationalist. That means you're a patriot of your country. You only want the best for your country. You will fight for your country. Anyone that says a nationalist is bad or racist or evil or Nazi, those are the evil people. Those are the enemies. Those are the people that need to be taken care of. Need to be thrown out of the country. The nationalists are the people who protect the country, who advance the country. Okay? There's this mentality, for some reason, the media, they have created this mentality that America's a free-for-all. Oh, it's just here. Come on into our country and you can take whatever you want. America's for everyone. No, it's fucking not. No, it's not. And if you're an American, some libertard fuck, and you've been brainwashed by this, so you agree that illegals can come into your country and they can take food off your table, because that's what they're doing. And they're taking opportunity from your future children and grandchildren. You understand? Think about it. Do you really think, now I'm going to exclude Canada and Europe and Australia. I'm going to exclude the other Western type countries. And, obviously Australia's not in the West, but, the culture is Western. Because they have been forced into this corner. Eventually, it happened because of America. Okay, America started this. And that is the following. Now, you can look at very liberal countries that have been doing this for a very long time in Europe, like France, right? Spain. I mean, France is the worst. But what I'm saying is that this mentality in the West of open borders, right? It has to be controlled. It has to have a process. And you have to maintain the majority of the people of that country. There's none of this indigenous bullshit. Indigenous? Someone proved to me that the American Indians were the first people in North America. Can you prove that? Who did they take out? You understand? All this indigenous bullshit is just another way for this mafia to come in and remove the ruling people of these countries in the West. It's just another way for them to do that. Okay? You can't go back in history and start thinking that you knew what was going on and, judging things. Just like they got people to tear down statues of great leaders in America. And of course, what happens in America, all the other countries copy. I mean, what kind of insanity is that? And they let them do it. And I'm not just talking about the U.S. government and the local police. I'm talking about the American people. You fucking let them do it. If you folks, and this goes out to all the countries in the West. You see in your country go away. You've been letting it happen for decades. Do you fucking understand? You're letting it happen. It's your fault. It's your parents' fault. You let the jobs go overseas for decades. You let the borders remain open for decades. You let them tear down legends, historical figures throughout history because they want to tell you that they're bad and racist. What the fuck is that? Are you kidding me? You can't go back in history and impose what you would claim to be our current values, consensus value, claiming this is the norm. You can't impose that on historical standards and say, oh, well, this is the way it is today. It's bad. They did it back then. Well, that was back then. Obviously, if it was bad back then, if enough people thought so, they'd take care of it. They'd do something about it. You see, it's all about tearing down the foundation of these countries. Racial, cultural, religious, historical, everything. Once you tear down the foundation, you have very, very weak people, weak-minded people that don't have unity. They don't understand their identity. They have no sense of history. And they don't care about the future. All they care about is material items and consumption. And now you see what goes on. Media entertainment complex. This obsession with money and material goods. Right? Take a look at what's happened to the media entertainment complex. It used to have wholesome, family-oriented shows. And what do you see now? You understand how it all fits together, folks? Now, let's contrast this with China. China is not going to stand for this stuff, right? Not just China. You don't have to point to a communist country. Point to even, let's say, Japan, which is obviously not communist. Many would say they're democratic. I would say, yeah, for the most part. I wouldn't give them a 100%, but I'd probably say that they're, in many regards, they're more democratic than America because you know what? They don't stand for this corporate malfeasance. They don't allow this shit. Something goes wrong. In America, these corporate CEOs are like fucking gods. And it wasn't that way. And this is why, of course, explains what's happened to capitalism. This is why we have this trade situation. Wall Street, I said this before, Wall Street destroyed capitalism. It's fact. Capitalism is in crisis in America, and I think it's safe to say it's failed. Capitalism has failed in America. When you see what's going on, it's failed, absolutely. Now, you're going to hear maybe some of the same types of conclusions from, don't confuse me with some Marxist like Richard Wolff, this fucking clown. And I go up against this guy any fucking day with his pro-China fucking nonsense and fucking correct everything out of his mouth because he's completely full of shit. Contact any of these motherfuckers, folks. Go ahead. Simple email. Find them all out there. Make a big list. Go to the patriots out there. Ask them why they're not talking to me. This is what happened to me. Are they afraid for the full truth? Notice I didn't say that three-letter word once. I didn't write that three-letter word in my book. I didn't even know that group was responsible for all these things. Didn't know it. I discovered it organically. Okay. So, I just want to make that clear. I'm not, don't be a simpleton. Oh, you must be a Marxist. No, not at all. I'm a realist. You see? I'm a realist. It's the simpleton, low IQ dummies that are going to associate you with some particular position or movement or side when you make some facts that maybe that side says the same thing. No, not at all. So let's get back to China now. If you look at China's history, right? Of course, the big guy, the hero celebrated even today in China, is Mao. You all know Mao, right? You know, Maoism, kind of a combination of Marxism and Leninism, right? Mao, the first communist leader of China. Mao was a guy who was responsible for remarkably atrocious episodes, the most remarkably atrocious episodes probably in Chinese history. The Great Leap Forward, right? Maybe some of you heard about that. That caused a massive famine in China back in, I think, the 60s, right? Nobody knows really how many people died in China because, of course, you know, they're not going to, you're dealing with a communist country. How are you going to find the information out, right? But there's estimates, I've seen them all over the place, anywhere from 20 to 40, even I've heard 50 million people died. And why did they die? They died because of typical central planning. Now, of course, you know, when you hear that term, what comes to my mind is a lot of brainwashed Americans. Oh, it's the government's planning. Oh, it's the government. Folks, don't let these corporate fascists fool you. The government does a lot of great things, at least in America. And they've done a lot of great things. They're not perfect. But you need to have, if you're going to have capitalism, you got to have a balance. You got to have a mix. It's kind of like a checks and balances system. You can't allow the capitalist system to take control over everything, from the prison system to the school system to the healthcare system, everything. You're going to have a big problem. And that's why America has big problems. Okay? So the government does play an important role when it comes to basic goods and services. The government needs to be involved. They learned that during the Great Depression. That's why they have food subsidies, farm subsidies now. Okay? But they haven't learned that with telecommunication services, you know, basic services, mobile phones, Wi-Fi, so you get raped by AT&T and Verizon. And the services kind of suck. Meanwhile, you go to, you know, South Korea, Thailand, even the communist country of Vietnam, and you're going to get better internet service, much better, much cheaper. Why? Because the government runs those basic services. You see? Same thing with healthcare. The only difference is that in America, the healthcare at the highest level is at the top. It's the best. And this is why you hear, you know, the rich people going to America when they need advanced surgery. Yeah, well, the problem is that most people aren't going to need a quadruple bypass surgery or treatment for lymphoma or leukemia. You see, they need affordable, basic health care. I'm not even going to talk more about that because it's going to open up a bag of worms I'll be talking about all day. Disastrous healthcare system in America. Okay. So the point is that there is a need for the government to be involved in certain things, but Americans have been so fucking brainwashed by the media. Anytime you mention the government, oh, get the government out of the way. Oh, oh. And of course, you're hearing this now. You're seeing it now with this Doge nonsense. They want to, Elon Musk wants to call Social Security a Ponzi scheme, which it is not. That's a fact. Go contact Elon Musk. He'll run like a bitch for me. I'll guarantee you that. Contact the bitch. Nobody, folks. Nobody. I've been saying this for years. I know it. I've had people come to me. Oh, I contacted this person. Oh, they never heard from them. They didn't say anything. Elon Musk, by the way, as I mentioned before, he's trying to sabotage Social Security. I mean, isn't it amazing? Like they're cutting the number of workers at the Internal Revenue Service. Like, wait a second. I mean, I thought you're trying to bring in more money, cut waste and bring in revenues. I mean, if I'm running the country, if anything, I'm going to hire more fucking IRS agents to make sure the people who cheat on their taxes, the rich people, to make sure all these fuckers are looked at closely. But instead, they're cutting the IRS workers. Why? Because they want to make sure their rich buddies don't get audited. Similar reason they're cutting Social Security. They want to make it look incompetent. So that, it's a Ponzi scheme. Oh my God, I don't know if the money's going to be there. Oh my God, everybody's getting money and they're frauds. It's like fake, 200-year-old people that don't live, and that's all bullshit. That's all lies, proven lies, to scare people, to make them panic, to make them think the government's inefficient. I can't do anything right. Give it over to the private markets. They want to privatize Social Security so the Wall Street criminal parasites can extract trillions of dollars in fees. That's right. They've been trying to privatize Social Security for decades. I wrote about it, in fact, in my book, America's Financial Apocalypse. And I wrote how you fix it. Not a big deal. So, anyway, this is not about America. It's about China. But just to show you, I'm not like a China basher. I've got plenty of bad things to say about America. I'm a realist. I'm objective. I'm an analyst. Some call me a scientist, although, not really. Science degree, but not scientist. So getting back to China, Mao, the Great Leap Forward, and this, of course, was his grand plan to industrialize China. They realized they had to industrialize. Because, back then, if you could only see how the Chinese were living, you wouldn't even believe it. You can go back 30, 40 years ago even. They were living in the fucking villages. Just no fucking toilets. Zero. Forget it. Squatters. Hole in the ground. And why not? What do you think the concept of a toilet came from? It didn't come from Asia. Okay? Think about where all the great things have come from. Think about that one. And ask yourself why. And I'm not just talking about innovations, amazing innovations. I'm talking about the greatest works of art, the greatest symphonies, the greatest literary works, right? Where have they come from? Let's say the vast majority. Where and why? Ask yourself why. Why is that? Why is that? And this gets to, by the way, why China will never be a superpower. See, it's not that difficult if you think about it. You don't have to know a whole lot about Western civilization. You got to know a little bit. You have to appreciate the greatness of our ancestors. What they brought to the world. If you go to Asia, Africa, if you go to Latin America, and you look and see how they live, and of course more and more every year, everyone is kind of living more and more the same. They have more access to goods and services and things and modern conveniences, right? If you look at the developing world and see how they're living, look around. And you're going to see just about everything from their world is from our world. Okay? I mean, you can start from the basics. Electricity, light bulbs, lamps, right? Internet, computers, mobile phones, cars, trains, planes, buildings, roads, cars, right? I said cars. You understand. You got to understand, folks. I mean, these countries, they got this technology, this engineering, they got it from the West. We taught them. It's fine. It's okay. That's fine. No problem. But you got to understand that. And then you understand why they didn't develop it. Now, along the way, of course, through our tutelage, the Japanese have done quite well through our tutelage, right? But they wouldn't have been able to do anything on their own if they were a communist country. Okay? You can think about that. Okay? Think about why so many great things in the world, not just today, history, why they're from the Western civilization. How is that possible? Why? Folks, it's what I said before. It's the Western civilization, the uniqueness of the culture, dating back to the ancient Greeks who launched it all. If you don't know about that, you should look into it. And, just the most basic fundamental things of logic, morals, freedom of thought, self-expression. You have to have these things if you're going to innovate. You cannot innovate if you don't have these things. Anyone out there, whether you have experience in science as a scientist or an inventor or as a musician, as an artist, right? So anyway, I'll get back to that later. Let's continue now with the recent history of China. With the great leap forward, the massive famine. And once again, this was a program to try and industrialize China. It was kind of the entire country was impoverished. And so they wanted to industrialize. And so they basically had this, they have communes, right? You know what a commune is, right? It's communist. All the communes out there, they were, not just farming, but they got the communes to also try and make steel and iron, right? For their industrialization programs. And think about it. Farmers trying to produce industrial metals, it didn't work out too well. Shitty quality, low yields, right? But those people that were involved in that fruitless project, that meant that there were fewer farmers left to produce crops. But guess what? Those farmers were instructed to send the food to the cities, had to feed the cities. And that's when the famine began. They had quotas. They had to send a certain amount. You don't go against the quotas in a communist country. Bad things can happen. So they sent the food to the cities, and they had very little left for them. The famine was the poor farmers. There were other things as well. I mean, you can go in to read about it, hear about it, whatever. They had ridiculous techniques, farming techniques that were a disaster, that were really stupid as well. The bottom line, this was central planning, communist style. And it was a fucking disaster. And so Mao, after, this was a several year period, obviously things weren't going too well. People weren't too happy. And so there was a growing discontent in China for the Communist Party. What is this? What is this shit? Millions of people are dying. What happened? What is the system? So, of course, he was concerned about losing his power. And so he comes out, like you all know that I don't know much about communism in terms of the history and Lenin and Marx. If I had the patience and time, I would have liked to have maybe read that. Interesting. I heard it's really interesting. But from what I know, you've got the common people and the upper class, bourgeois, right? He was afraid of these people, these capitalists, the upper class people, the people that wanted more, because in a communist country, it's a classless society. Everyone's on the same level. That's the concept. That's the premise of a commune, right? So he was concerned of the rise, due to these capitalist countries, and so he wanted to purge. He wanted to purge the country of this evil force that sought to do away with communism and bring this capitalism. So he instituted what's called the Cultural Revolution. And basically this was people encouraging people to report their family, other relatives, their friends, if they were suspected of not supporting the Communist Party. And this led to imprisonment of millions and millions of Chinese, torture, murders, millions were killed. Another fucking communist disaster. Now, somewhere around that time that they instituted the one-child policy, which would end up being another fucking disaster, right? Once again, I'm not the person to give this history. Okay, I'm just giving you guys a very, and I haven't prepared for it. I haven't, given you just a very vague, I'm sure there's a lot of inaccuracies, just to give you an idea what's going on, the history of the country. Many better sources than me. But the details aren't important at this stage. Okay. Matter of fact, let me show you. I did prepare something. I have this. Anybody see this very, very famous movie? I know. I actually saw the movie when it was released a long time ago, as a child. If I can find it here. There's a movie. It was called The Last Emperor. Anybody see that movie? It was a great movie. The Last Emperor. Did anybody see that movie? Won a lot of awards. No? Well, you should see the movie. It's a great movie. There's a scene from the movie. And understand this. In America, at least when I was in school, You don't learn about historical events in Asia. You don't really learn about it. For instance, I don't recall, maybe I was asleep in class, I don't recall learning in history class in high school, when you're learning about World War II, I don't recall learning about, Japan and China. How Japan invaded China, and that was, there's a lot of things that went on, right? You don't really learn about that. They focus on teaching you, right, what happened, Americans' involvement, and the Western involvement, but you don't learn about Asia. Well, the last emperor included that period, right? And it included, I think, the turn of the century, the 20th century, and then several decades throughout, including the invasion of China by the Japanese during World War II. It's a fascinating movie. So you learn some history there, and you also learn about some culture, how things were. And so anyway, let me show you guys a scene from that, because this scene I think this is a scene towards the end of the movie. I highly recommend you see the movie. It's a spectacular movie. The Last Emperor. And this was before China was communist, by the way. And that's why they call it, the Last Emperor, right? It was before China was communist, and towards the end, when China becomes communist. And so what happens in this scene I'm going to show you, this is during the Cultural Revolution. Okay? And it's going to show you the guy he was kind of a puppet emperor. You're going to see him, I think in this scene, I'm not sure, I haven't seen the scene in a while, but you're going to see people that are imprisoned, that are kind of being forced to be, but anyway, I'll just go ahead and show you. You can see here. You see that? That's Mao, the great leader. See, that's the last emperor there, the guy with the glasses. There's Mao, the great leader. And so you'll see the prisoners they've taken.
Son tan jóvenes. Es peligroso. Mira, ahí. Che, mira. Es el director de la prisión. No puede ser. Lo es. Seguro que es él. Ten cuidado. ¡No vayas!
You see that guy coming up in the middle? He was like the warden of the prison where this emperor served. He was very loyal communist. You see? So a lot of people actually they were innocent.
Camarada, esto es un error. Yo le conozco. Es un buen hombre.
¿Tú quién eres?
Soy un jardinero.
Únete a nosotros o márchate.
¿Pero qué ha hecho?
Ha sido acusado.
¿Acusado de qué?
¡De revisionista! ¡De lacayo del emperador! ¡De reaccionario!
Confiesa
He's
tus
saying
crímenes.
basically the guy is innocent. What
Saluda
are you
al
doing?
presidente Mao. Confiesa tus
It's not the
crímenes.
English version, obviously.
¡Saluda! Confiesa tus crímenes.
¡Esperad!
I guess if you understand Spanish or
¡Es un buen maestro! ¡No podéis hacerle eso! ¡Os equivocáis! ¡Es un buen maestro!
so a lot of this is showing the ruthlessness of the young people. A lot of the young people were the kind of the police that went after the old people, and a lot of the old people were innocent. You see, this is what this is kind of showing. So, last emperor. So this is the Cultural Revolution. This is the scene from the Cultural Revolution. Okay, so you get a kind of a feel. It was a. So anyway, Mao, and you go to China today, he's like the legend. Okay, Mao, he didn't last a lot longer. A few more years, he dies. Deng Xiaoping comes in, and he had this opening up policy. He wanted to open up. He had to open up to the world. Okay? And so and then of course you had the Tiananmen Square incident in I think 89. I think it was. But that even had to do with the Communist Party losing control. Some of you might recall that episode. The Communist Party basically killed hundreds of Chinese that were protesting. Just came and just killed them all. And actually the Tiananmen Square episode was actually going on. The protests were going on for I think several months. But it was basically due to the dissatisfaction with the government, because there were some economic problems, but you don't really hear that too much. I think the narrative is basically that the students were fighting for democracy, which I'm not so sure. I don't really think that's the case. Okay. So what's my point? Well, the point is that this helps you understand how the Communist Party works. Okay? They're constantly going through and policing their own people. I mean, they've got this huge military, there's 8 CCTVs in China for every one person. Okay? They are concerned about social unrest. And this is what we saw back in 2021, 2022 with the coronavirus. Let me go ahead and show you this. A couple of other things here. This is some Chinese that were, the Chinese were, I don't know if you all know this, but they were locked in their buildings. Okay? The communist establishment locked people up because of the coronavirus, and they couldn't. People were climbing out of their fucking skyscrapers to get out. There were many things were going on. Let me go ahead and show you here. See that? Take a look.
然后我的东西来，我的东西来，花钱的。
这是密接回来的，我家有个确诊的，他们进来给我们消杀。现在我家所有东西都没有了，包括衣服，门口挂的衣服，沙发上的软包、床帘儿，还有床上的铺盖、被窝，全都没有了。而且我家的钱也没有了，他把冰箱里的食物也全给我们扔了、撇了，啥都没给留。我一共丢了将近6000块钱左右。
So you see what happened there? They, just destroyed their homes, stole everything. This is the communist government. This is what they do. They do whatever they want. Okay? And let me show you another one here. The point is that China was on the verge of a big problem in 2022 because of what was going on with the coronavirus. Okay? There were a lot of riots, a lot of social unrest. Okay? And the biggest threat to a communist regime is social unrest. This is why they censor everyone. They want to make sure that, no social media, you can't post this on social media, you can't say this. Why? They don't want, it's kind of like if people are upset, they form a rally, more people, you understand. So they want to stomp down any type of display of a discontent or anything that could cause masses to form. And they've also had a lot of problems of social unrest in terms of the economic problem. The banks, many banks have not paid people, many things going on there. So they're undergoing a lot of problems currently, still. And now I'll just go ahead and mention, by the way, because I may forget to say this, but the only thing keeping China afloat is their connection with the outside. If China is no longer involved in trade with the rest of the world, they're fucked. They're going to collapse. Right now, because they have a closed system, they can kind of paper over things. They have, revenues coming in, so they can replenish their foreign currency reserves. They have, but the system's closed. People say, well, what are you talking about? They have trade. Okay, so what? They have capital controls. They have currency controls. They control everything. It's a closed system. If China's trade is cut off, they can no longer continue the smoke and mirrors. They can do it now because the advantage of having a closed system like China has, a communist country, is that you don't have counterparty risk. You see? Communist countries don't really have counterparty risk. Counterparty risk is what caused the 2008 financial crisis. Counterparty risk is what causes collapses in banks. There's not really any counterparty risk in China because they're a closed system. So who's the counterparty? The government. You understand? You see? So it's kind of good. So in other words, you can't have some parasite like George Soros go in and manipulate the currency like he did when he caused the Asian financial crisis, like he did with the Thai baht. You know, come in with a big amount of money. Of course, he couldn't do it with China because China's, you know, they have huge reserves and stuff. But, you know, he did it with a relatively small amount of money in the Asian financial crisis because of Thailand. But you just go in and short the currency, and then, you know, and then it causes, you know, short the currency, come back and buy it back. And so this is why you have capital controls in these countries. They don't want this meddling going on. Okay? My point is that once China is closed off largely from trade from the West, they're in trouble. That's why they're fucking desperate. They are desperate because their economy is collapsing. You don't hear about it. They're in deflation for 2 fucking years. Okay? They don't have the economic growth of 5%. That's all lies. They don't have 5%. That's a bunch of fucking lies. You have to understand the Communist Party validates itself through economic prosperity. This is a fact. Communist parties validate their existence based upon economic growth. Oh, the economy is great. Wow, good thing we have the communist government because they're bringing us this great economy. This is why you've got all these GDP numbers that are fake. Okay? Their GDP growth that you've heard about all these years is fucking fake. It's lies. It's a fact. Okay? It's a fact. And they lie because they're going to continue to lie even more so now because their economy is fucked and the people are pissed off. I mean, you have a massive problem, a massive economic problem in China, not to mention the real estate. This is why I told people, you know, more than a year ago, I've been fucking recommending gold for a while. Who do you think's buying all the gold? It's the Chinese. Because normally they buy basically 2 things for investment, real estate and gold. They don't trust the stock market. They're not that stupid. Real estate, you think they're buying real estate? The Chinese are the one pushing the gold price up, along with the Central Bank of China. You see? So, this is what's going on. Once there's enough social unrest, folks, communism never lasts. It never lasts. Now, the Soviet Union, right, Russia, they had their communism for, I don't know, 70 years, something like that. 80 years, right? China's had theirs now for what? 75, 80 years, right? It's not going to last. I can't tell you when. It could go quickly. It probably won't go for, you know, we'll probably get out of this decade. It could go in the next 10 to 20 years. No doubt about it. But I wouldn't be surprised to see it go, you know, in the next 5 years. I doubt it will, but I wouldn't be surprised. I know one thing for sure, though. It's never been as much in jeopardy. Probably. I mean, I wasn't living back during the Cultural Revolution. I can't say for sure. Maybe someone who knows history, Chinese history, you know. But I would say, though, I have to believe it's most vulnerable now that it's ever been. My guess. It's certainly very vulnerable because once again, it's social unrest. The Chinese economy is in dire straits. It's in deep trouble, and it's not just this year. Obviously, it's been going on for a few years. Imagine now how things are getting worse and worse and worse for China. Once again, they're able to hide a lot of things and cover things up because they have a closed system. It's a communist country. But they need that external trade. Okay? They need that. They're not self-sufficient yet. This is why they're on a desperate move to become an innovator. They want to become innovators, and they want a consumption economy. You understand? You know they've been transitioning for about 10 years now. They've been trying to transition from a manufacturing export-based economy to a consumption-based innovation economy. This has been what's going on for the past 10 years. Why? Because they realize they can't continue to be competitive anymore with their manufacturing as they have been in the past, because once again, this whole free trade scam is a race to the bottom. The cheapest is always going to win. Where's the next countries now, right? Well, it's going now to Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, right? Philippines. You see, as time has passed in China, the living costs have gone up. This is why you may have heard about 6 years ago, there was a big crackdown on all these for-profit education companies, some of which are publicly traded stocks. New Oriental and, New Oriental something. What happened, the reason why they didn't talk about it, what happened was that Xi Jinping came out and said, wait a second here. This is kind of pushing people to spend more money, and there's more pressure to educate their kids. It's too competitive, and you need more and more money. You see, that whole system of the for-profit education. He wanted to get rid of that. Why? Because this was causing parents to have fewer children during a time when they're struggling with their, they entered the one-child policy. They tried a two-child, a three-child. It's not working. And the reason why, of course, is because now it's because of living expenses. And this is the problem that all of Asia faces. All of Asia is in deep trouble over the next 20 to 30 years. Deep fucking trouble. And you're not going to hear this anywhere else. Yeah, you might hear about a demographic problem, but you're not going to hear why. And I'm here to tell you why. And you heard it from me. World-class analyst, the only financial analyst, top analyst to be banned by all media, ever. The guy that predicted the financial crisis, the guy that predicted all this trade stuff. Why? I've already talked about why. I've told you all why in a previous discussion. Right? Anybody remember why? Why Asia's in deep trouble? Why? It's not, folks, obviously the demographics is a problem, but why is the demographics that way? It's because they don't, and here's why you're not going to hear this. Probably there might be a handful of people that know this, that have understood like cause and effect. But I don't think many people know this. It's not that difficult to understand. But coming across it might be a little difficult. But even if there are some people, they're not going to tell anyone. If they do, then they're going to expose the scam of free trade and globalization. You see, the reason why you have this massive demographic problem in Asia is because they got what they wanted. They wanted more jobs from the West. They wanted outsourcing to come to their country to produce more jobs. But guess what that brought? Over time, it brings higher living costs. You see? And that's what's happening in Asia now. People are not having, it's not just China. It's not just China. Vietnam, which historically has had a very high birth rate. Typical families had 5, 6, 7 children. They're under 2. It's not even replacement rate. Why? Because things are getting too expensive in Vietnam now. People cannot afford that. You see, understand, these people in China, people in Vietnam, how are these countries growing? Sure, the numbers in China are lies, the GDP is lies, but they still had, good growth. It wasn't 10%, maybe it was 6%, or 6.5%, or maybe even 7%, but it wasn't fucking 10. It's lies. How are they getting all that growth? Vietnam, 7% this year maybe. They've had, Vietnam has averaged, 7.5% maybe over the past decade. How? I've talked about this before. The number one way these countries are getting this rapid growth, is it because they're amazing and they got all this technology and they're really smart and they got great schools, like some of you believe? Because that's the whole nonsense out there. Folks, it's quite fucking simple. Let me explain it to you. These countries have had, there's other things as well. Obviously, China is a different situation. China did a lot of good things for their economy. Okay? But when you look at a country like Vietnam, they didn't do these same things. How is Vietnam, the second fastest growing country in Asia? Maybe the second fastest major country in the world, growing. India number one. How? Why? What's going on? Same thing with India, by the way. It's two words. Urban migration. Say it again. Urban migration. That brings the economic growth, you understand. You're getting people from the villages. China had 600-700 million people come in from the villages to the cities to work, to get factory jobs. You understand? It's urban migration is one of the most powerful forces behind rapid economic growth in developing countries. It starts, the first thing is mobilization of resources, human resources in this case. Urban migration, it's the simplest thing. Oh, there's all these factory jobs. Okay, I'm going to move from the country to the city. Right? Makes sense, right? Okay. So think about it. If you're living in the village, number one, you might be a farmer, probably. Well, you need a lot of kids, right? To help on the farm. Number two, it's a lot cheaper to have kids. You can feed your kids. You don't have all this modern nonsense that you need to have in the city. But once you move to the city, oops, ouch, it becomes more expensive. You got it? And suddenly, I can't afford to have 7 kids, or 6, or 5, or 4, or even 3. You see? That is causing the demographic problem in Asia. It's a rude awakening that virtually nobody knows about. And certainly no one's going to talk about. Because why? Because if they know about it, if the establishment's going to tell people, maybe they won't want to have this so-called economic development because it threatens their future civilizations. I mean, do you understand, of course, when you have a replacement, when you have a birth rate under 2, eventually, if it stays under 2, your population goes to 0. You know that, right? 2.1. You all understand what I'm saying. They're not going to tell people this because it's actually really bad. Globalization, open trade, does not benefit anyone except for the rich, whether it's in the Western world or in the developing world. That's a fact. Now, one of the myths you're going to hear, including the World Bank, they're going to tell you, oh, China's a miracle. China's a miracle. They brought hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. It's not fucking true. It's a lie. It's a fucking lie. Okay? In fact, if you really understand what's going on in China, now, of course, I covered all this in my research a few years ago, but you can look it up. The lying down movement. There's this big movement in China now. It's so bad. Nobody wants to get married. People don't want material goods. They don't want to work. They don't feel like they can get ahead. They're moving back to the village. They kind of see it now. And you're seeing it also in Vietnam. You're starting to see people that came from the villages to the cities to work in the factory. They're like, what the fuck? I thought I'd be making more money. Yeah, I am, but it's too expensive. I'm better off in the village. I can work less stress, and I have the same money. You see? This is what's going on. Okay? That you're not going to hear about. The same reason why they banned me 20 years ago. I exposed everything. This is the sad reality of Asia. They want all these things. They want better opportunity, better jobs, but it's not working with their system. Why? Because it's not an organic economy. It's not an organic formed economy. It's an artificially formulated economy. In other words, it's not working by natural means. It's being manipulated. How is it being manipulated? Well, the jobs aren't being, the factories aren't being created by people in these countries through capital, through education, through progress. What's happening is a mass foreign direct investment, relocation to these countries to exploit the cheap labor, to exploit the lack of environmental standards, to utilize the government subsidies. So it's not a natural process. Therefore, it's disruptive to the whole ecosystem, the society. This is all of Asia. Japan has already faced this. You heard about Japan's demographics. You all know. South Korea is not far behind. Vietnam's got about maybe 20 years to get their act together. If they don't, they're in deep trouble. And I don't think they're going to do it because the government is communist. They act too slow. And so what this addresses, of course, is the middle income trap. This is the debate. This is one of the ongoing, long-standing debates, discussions within the economic community, academia. The middle income trap. This is what it's all about. Okay? The middle income trap is basically, it refers to a phenomenon that where countries that are developing, they grow rapidly, and they finally get to become middle income countries. But they stay there. They can't break out into a high income country. And so, the debate is with regards to, why? What are the factors responsible for this? How can a country break out and become an advanced country? This is part of the discussion that I had in my presentation in 2022. It's very important because it helps you understand. If you understand what's responsible for some of the things that have helped countries break out of the middle income trap, then you look at China, then you realize they will never break out of the middle income trap, first of all, and they will never become a superpower. They've never been a superpower, not even fucking remotely close. Okay? Newsflash, erecting glass and steel, roads and bridges to nowhere, and malls and buildings where no one is in, doesn't make you a superpower. Okay? Stealing technology doesn't make you a superpower. Okay? If China's a superpower, why are all the wealthy Chinese sending their fucking kids to American and European schools? Why all the Chinese want to get educated in America and Europe? Okay? The fact is that China is incapable on its own. Now, they have stolen enough from the West so that they can sustain themselves and progress for a while. But at some point, they're just gonna fall down because they've been stealing from the West for decades. So they have enough, but they don't have enough to become innovators. You see, because they don't have it in their culture, in their system. Once again, you cannot ever become an innovator if you don't have freedoms and liberties to cultivate and encourage freedom of expression and creativity. This is a Western value system. And it's not just communist China, by the way. This is all of Asia. And this is why, and I've told this to people in Asia, it's like, they're never going to get ahead. They have no chance. They're always going to be, I hate to say the word, but slaves. They're always going to be behind. They're not going to be innovators, ever. Ever. They're always going to be the ones doing the slave labor. But so you say, well, why is that? Why is it that way? I explained this before, folks. You're not going to hear this. If people knew how everything worked, see, they're not going to allow this. These governments in these countries, they don't provide a really good education with critical thinking. That's what you have to have at the most basic level, critical thinking, right? They don't provide that because they don't want the people to think critically. Is anyone here living in Asia? Are you Asian, or did you live in Asia as an Asian person and immigrate to the West? Anybody? Now, you can get a Western education in Asia if you go to international school. But that's like saying, well, in America, for instance, a lot of the education is screwed up intentionally. It's difficult to get a good education in America now. Critical thinking is almost the exception now in many schools in America. But guess what? They don't need to have all the schools producing well-educated individuals. They just need enough. And those are the higher end. Okay? In these other countries, it's very rare. See, this is how in America they've kind of made it this way to kind of control people, to dumb them down, kind of similar to how these other countries work, and distract them. This is why, the pillars of thought and the beacons of intellect are, people go to Joe Rogan and Jordan Peterson and fucking idiots like this. You see? It's for a reason. Why do you think they're all promoted? Because, all you know is, all these people, all these fucking jugheads out there. You haven't come across the many intellectuals out there. I don't know how many are going to, give you the truth, the full truth, but you see what I'm saying. So this is how it works. They don't want in these countries critical thinking. That's how they control the people. You see? So if you don't have critical thinking in Asia, you're not going to have a country that innovates. You're not going to move up on the value chain. You see? That's the problem. It's a big problem. And I said this before, so someone better get the answer. What do you have, what do you get when you have Western education in Asia? 3 words. What's the result of Western education in Asia? Okay, I'll give you a hint. I'll be specific. What do you get in Hong Kong? Because, of course, they have or had a Western education. What do you get in Hong Kong? Hong Kong riots. Ah, I see now. That's why you had Hong Kong riots. You see, Hong Kong was under the British education system. So they had critical thinking. I don't know to what degree for sure, but to some degree, right? Why do you think they rioted? They realized they don't have democracy. They don't have freedom. They saw what was going on, and they finally had enough. You see? That's why you don't give a good Western education to the masses in these countries, because the rulers don't want people to know what's going on. They want to keep them very simple-minded. And the people in these countries are, by and large, simple-minded, unless they have had an advanced education from a Western or international school. This is fact, folks. I'm just telling you. I know it. First-hand experience. You see? This is the problem. It's a big problem. So what you're seeing now in Japan, for instance, of course, they're faced with this big demographic cliff, and they're already having to approve more working visas. And it's going to be a trend that does not dissipate anytime soon. You're going to see more and more foreign workers in Japan every year. They're being forced to basically open their borders. The last thing the Japanese want. They're very xenophobic. Okay? Now, to some degree, of course, I think the Japanese will solve some of their problem. I don't know to what extent. They'll solve it, a portion of it, through robotics. Especially the caregiving with the elderly. That's a big problem. But they're not going to solve the whole thing. So what essentially is going to happen, I believe, is that there's going to be kind of a line in the sand with these demographic issues. And ultimately, I think there's going to be pressure for these countries in Asia to open their borders because of this problem. You see? It's a huge... Do you really think that these leaders know this? They don't fucking know this. Folks, I'm not going to say every country in Asia, but certainly Southeast Asia, which is, let's say most countries in Southeast Asia. I'm not going to say all of them, but most of them, okay? I'm not going to name any names. You got to understand, they're run by children. The mind is like fucking children compared to us. Okay? I'm not going to name any names. That's my experience. Do you think that they know these things? Remember, these are countries, folks, that they didn't bring in their own subway systems and sky trains and cars and mobile phones and no. These were things that the technology was given to them, sold to them, provided to them from the outside world, from the West. Okay? These are countries, I don't believe they're compatible with capitalism. I think that globalization is a disaster for these countries. Globalization is it's a disaster for everybody who's involved. But, capitalism is, I believe, diametrically opposed to the cultures in Asia. It's terrible for these cultures for many reasons. And, I've just given you an example of how, because of course, capitalism has taken on a new life with its globalization and open trade. I've given you an example how it's going to destroy these countries. And you aren't going to hear about it. Okay? So, China. Let me actually show you guys something here. Let me show you one more little episode, actually. And let me find it here. Yeah, here we go. This is a kind of a promo video I made a few years ago for my China presentation. Take a look or listen. I want you to see some things. It's very interesting. This is back in 2021.
不是说你想怎样就怎样的，除非你是美国，这是中国，听清楚，好吧？其他的话我不跟你多讲，不要再问我为什么，没有为什么，按照国家的规定。
Residents in China's financial hub say they're going hungry.
Did you hear that?
所有人都在叫。
Many people have been unable to leave their homes to buy food since late March.
所有一个人，你都不晓得这个状态到底维持到啥个程度。
That's because Shanghai officials began a citywide lockdown to tame the country's biggest COVID-19 outbreak in the past 2 years. Some residents have also taken to social media to complain.
It has prompted a lot of people in Shanghai to ask, is this the right policy? Is the cost of this lockdown too great?
Shanghai officials have acknowledged its strategy of lockdowns, mass tests, and quarantines has made it difficult for tens of thousands of families to secure food. So they've rolled out a massive effort to deliver necessities. For instance, a family of 2 received this package from the government on the second day of the lockdown. The father and daughter said it was all consumed in about 4 days, and the next delivery came about 2 weeks later. The struggle to get food has sparked anger in some communities. This video was posted on Weibo, China's equivalent of Twitter, and it was later taken down. It shows local police trying to contain a crowd of people. Weibo didn't respond to a request for comment. However, the anxiety of not having enough to eat is raising some collective memories from China's famine about 5 decades ago. But the experience in Shanghai hasn't prompted any indication from Beijing that it's ready to rethink its COVID strategy. The head of China's COVID-19 response task force said its dynamic zero-COVID policy was scientific and would bring maximum results. So with little sign that Beijing is willing to adjust its pandemic strategy, some residents have taken to their balconies to shout encouragement and hope that the lockdown ends soon.
Ini 我的鞋子，我还故意把它弄到厨房来的，没了，都没了。他妈的，老子现在都要哭了。然后我的东西来，我的东西来。
这是密接回来的，我家有个确诊的，他们进来给我们消杀。现在我家所有东西都没有了，包括衣服，门口挂的衣服，沙发上的软包、床帘儿，还有床上的铺盖、被窝，全都没有了。而且我家的钱也没有了。他把冰箱里的食物也全给我们扔了撇了，啥都没给留。我一共丢了将近6000块钱左右。
不是说你想怎样就怎样的，除非你是美国，这是中国，听清楚，好吧？其他的话我不跟你多讲，不要再问我为什么，没有为什么，按照国家的规定。
国命不对，造反有理。国命不对，造反有理。国命不对，造反有理。国命不对，造反有理。
There you have it, folks. You can't do anything you want unless you're in America, right? You heard the guy. You heard him. I mean, there you have it, folks. Let me explain something to you. That's typical communist behavior. The people, the officials, when they have a chance to fuck you, they're going to, and you can't do or say anything about it. They go in and they trash. And by the way, this is a few years ago during the COVID. You had massive social unrest. Big problem for China. And as I said, they still have there's a lot of problems. And as I don't think I finished my explanation, but I mentioned earlier that communism always fails. And, you know, you all have heard me, I'm not a big fan of America's current democracy. I think it's a fucking joke. I mean, the only way it looks good is you got to compare it to communism in a relative sense, because there's certainly problems with America's democratic system. But communism always fails eventually. Why? Because everybody knows they don't have anything. You don't own anything. You may think that you do, but remember, under a communist country, the government, or let's say the people, collectively own the means of production. Means of production is what? Land? Yeah. Essentially land, and there are restrictions on property. Okay. And so, a lot of people think, well, but China's capitalist. No, they're not. Why don't you go tell the fucking Politburo? You go tell them. You go tell the fucking communist leadership that they're capitalists. They're not communists. See what they say. I mean, you have to have a fucking brain disease. Okay? Some people call it, state-run capitalism or something like that. They're communist, okay? It's communism. And I know well how these communist governments operate. And let me tell you something. From my experience, there's something wrong with the mind of a communist. And once again, this is my experience that I have lived through. I remember I always hear about, throughout my life, about corruption in communist countries. You'd hear about, oh, it's so corrupt. Well, I fucking lived through it and I've seen it. It's unbelievable. Okay? This, in the mindset, it's like they have rocks in their head. You can't reason with a communist. There's something inherently wrong. That's why I say, let me be clear. We have a problem with the communist government. We don't have a problem with the Chinese people. Oh, really? So all these Chinese grad students that come to America and they steal innovations and all these, even some Chinese Americans who work in high-tech corporations who have stolen innovations and gone to China, why do you think they're doing that? You see, there's this virus, this cancer of communism in the way that they brainwash the people. So you can't just say it's the government. Who do you think is carrying out all the espionage? It's a problem. It's a big problem. You've got hundreds of thousands of Chinese students in America. If it's me, I'm sorry. You get deported. I don't trust you. I'm sorry. You get deported. It's that simple. It's a national security problem. Remember what they did to the Japanese. And these were Japanese Americans. These were Japanese who were American citizens. The U.S. government did not trust them during wartime. And they put them in these detention camps. Well, we're pretty much in a Cold War, the early stages of a Cold War with China, and I don't see it getting any better. Right? We've already seen decades of of what happens when you trust the Chinese people. We've already seen it. Go to the FBI's website and read what's happened. Okay? The problem is the indoctrination by the communist mindset. This is the problem. You see? And the way that they are, it's, you got to understand, folks, you all don't, maybe a lot of you don't understand. It's like when you live in a communist country, it's like you're going through, to some degree, kind of their military training. I mean, you do know that. I mean, you do realize, of course, that they do have military kind of like soft military types of drills in these countries, these communist countries, in elementary school, in high school. You do know that, right? Okay, you got to understand, it's not like your countries in the West. It's a completely different mentality. And until you have seen it and experienced it, you maybe you can't understand why I'm saying this, but I'm telling you. I know it. I've seen it. You see? So, China has never been a superpower. They will never be a superpower. The only way in the future, sometime very far in the future, very far, we won't be alive. None of us here will be alive if that remote possibility happens. That is to say, China eventually at some point will be a superpower. The only way possible, two things. Number one, they won't be a communist country. Guaranteed. God kill me fucking now if that's a possibility. It's impossible. It's impossible for a communist country to ever be a superpower. Understand that. If you don't know that, then you don't know a lot. I know enough to know. I know science. I know technology. I've dealt with them. It's just fact. There's a problem with these countries. They can only go so far. I've already explained it. Okay, that's number one. They cannot be a communist country, which I think communism is going to be gone there. I would say it's probably going to be gone in my lifetime. So, I'd say within 20 years. It could be sooner. It could last a little longer, but I know for sure it's going to be gone. No doubt about it. It won't last a century. Guaranteed. And number two, the only way would be is if they opened their borders and they had migrants from the West, whether it be, Caucasians or Asians. The key thing, I would say it's going to, there would have to be a lot of Asians because they're not going to open the borders for a bunch of, white people. It's just not going to happen. I mean, so the key thing is it has to be people who have lived, because they're not going to transform into a Western society. I mean, we've already tried that. That's why Washington, basically let them in the World Trade Organization. Okay? Thinking that they were going to open up and become more democratic and all this horse shit. And all they did was cheat the capitalist system, was exploit it. So it would take, I think, many decades for China, even if they wanted to become westernized. And I think it would take a very, very, very long time because you have to have the value system, at least to some extent. So I think the only way in the very far future would be if they were not communists and they opened their borders and had a long period of people who had a Western background living in their country and contributing to their country. That's the only way. And even that is kind of remote possibility, and it would be a very, very, very long time. But I can guarantee you, there's no way possible, not in this fucking universe, that China will ever be a superpower if they remain a communist country. Right? There's no way. It's not going to happen. And that explains why they've been desperate to steal intellectual property from the West, been desperate to obtain Western education. Xi Jinping, as I've mentioned before, his daughter he sends to Harvard. Why are all these Chinese elite criminals sending their fucking kids to all these Western schools? Why is that? Right? Why is that? Okay? You understand? Okay? You don't come to dominate world civilization without going through what the Western people have gone through for many, many centuries. Right? The wars. They fought for what they got. They achieved. Right? They created vast works of art, amazing accomplishments in science, literature. Right? A very long, rich history with our European ancestors. And it's sad that Europe is just being thrown away. Completely thrown away, just like America. I mean, Canada was kind of on the course to be thrown away from a long time ago. It's kind of what is Canada? It's like a fucking Singapore, like a Malaysia, a multicultural cesspot of what? What's your identity? Who are you? Right? It's really sad to see. I mean, of course, America is being thrown away, and Trump ain't going to save it, unfortunately. He ain't going to save it. You may think so. He's not going to. But it's even worse to see Europe, because Europe has this very rich cultural history. Amazing, fucking amazing. Every single country in Europe has an amazing history, amazing culture. And it's being thrown away through this EU, European Union bullshit, which is designed to tear down the sovereignty of these countries, to unify them so that their unique culture is diluted. It disappears. It's terrible. I've been saying this for years. Fucking terrible. And I'm not even talking about the massive illegal immigration. Of course, that's a bigger problem. It's hastening the picture. I'm talking about just at the very least the formation of the EU. That's the death blow. And what can I say? Once again, at some point you deserve it. It's not something that happened one time or 1 year. This has been going on for decades. It's been going on for decades in America. It's been going on for decades in Europe. You all deserve it. You deserve the life that you have and the life that your future offspring are going to have, because you sat by and didn't do anything. You sat by and you let the forces affect you. You let them distract you with their degenerate media entertainment complex, their disinformation, their horse shit. You let the jobs go overseas. You let them keep the borders open. For how many decades? And then, when do you protest? You protest when your cult leader tells you that they stole the election. And you go to Capitol Hill and you riot because you think that they're taking away your democracy. Are you fucking stupid? Your democracy was taken away decades ago when they passed this fucking NAFTA scam. That told you right there who runs your democracy. Corporate America. Think about it. Think about it. Folks, there's a reason why, once again, you've got all these agents of disinformation and distraction out there to keep you raging over the identity politics and the wokeism and this and that, and you're just back and forth and you're just arguing, right? But wait a second. Bring the corporations back. Apple, bring your fucking facilities back. Once again, I already talked about this before in the past. Elon Musk, who bought his way into the White House with money that he stole through fraud, through manipulation of Tesla stock, his full self-driving scam, which has been responsible for the deaths of 56 people so far. Of course, he's not going to stand trial. It's fucking terrible. And all you have out there, folks, I'm telling you, all you have, and it takes a certain intelligent person to understand this. A person that has observed, lived enough life, and seen enough things to realize the fact is, I'm sorry to tell you, but there's no Santa Claus, there's no Tooth Fairy, and there's no one out there that's going to save you except yourself. There's no one out there. All these people that they position, they're all agents of distraction, disinformation, right? This is why they're all out there. If they have exposure, it's for a good reason, and it's not to help you. It's to distract you. It's to make you think that... I did a video. I was going to release it on ScamTube. It was a video about 17 years ago when I exposed Ron Paul. And I listened to it the other night, actually. I was actually impressed at myself. I was like, wow, I remember making this video. I didn't have a script. It sounds like I'm reading from a script because it's fucking amazing. Like, it sounds like a speech. And it was off the cuff. That's how much I was, like, so in tune back then with exposing these fucking scammers. And even today, people believe Ron Paul. Ron Paul's a fraud. But the reason why I did not release it is because it has to be censored. Because I talk about, the mafia. Okay? But this video, I've got it on, I'm re-releasing it on the site. It's probably going to be closed, though. I can't have everybody sucking my fucking bandwidth for free. You understand? It can't happen. But the video goes over, I think it was 2012, 2013. In the video, and I was actually going to go over Rand Paul today. I don't know if I have time, but it talks about Ron Paul and Rand Paul. And I show in that video that Ron Paul, the opening scene of the video, damn, sometimes I'm really fucking creative. It's pretty amazing, I think. The video is, I have an opening scene from The Running Man. And basically I talk about how it's all just a Hollywood production. Ron Paul he tells you, oh, this and that, and, oh, yeah, Ron Paul's our guy. Folks, you understand they have many of these people out there. Depending upon your slant, depending upon your political persuasion, depending upon your social persuasion, they're going to have different people out there that you think are legit, and they're all frauds. This is what I've come to learn. I knew this a long time ago. And you have to know a lot to really spot this, because I can prove why all of them are frauds. You name the person. See, because these guys, obviously they fool a lot of people, so therefore they're saying a lot of things that resonate with a lot of people. And in many cases, they're saying a lot of things that are true, or at least somewhat true. So you got to kind of you have to be able to dissect the nuances to see whether they're fooling you. Ron Paul, of course, for the longest time, Ron Paul, he's going to tell you the government's evil, they're bad, they're terrible. Well, if that's the case, what the fuck are you doing in the government? Oh, you're going to be the guy that helps everybody. You're going to save us. No, you're not. Elizabeth Warren's doing the same thing. She's doing, yeah, what are you doing? That's their marketing pitch. Okay? Ron Paul, the fact is, but he was to end the Fed. Oh, really? You think Ron Paul is Mr. Anti-Fed? Yeah. Ron Paul is being funded by Wall Street. Did you know that? Well, he's not in office anymore. Ron Paul voted against Sarbanes-Oxley. Sarbanes-Oxley was one of the largest, most influential financial regulatory bills to be passed in law ever. And it was passed into law. It was a massive bill that was passed. Not a whole lot of congressmen were against it, but Ron Paul was. It was passed in the aftermath of the dot-com collapse because of all the fraud. And you may have heard of it, over the past few years, because they're trying to repeal a lot of it. Oh, it's too much regulation. Okay? And in fact, Trump is going to, you hear about Bassett talking about, oh yeah, we're going to have financial deregulation. That's what they're talking about, folks. You're talking about another financial calamity that's going to be coming when they deregulate. Anyway, Ron Paul was against that law. Kind of like how Elon Musk and Trump are trying to dismantle, I guess they already have destroyed the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau. It's a watchdog for consumers, to protect them against the fucking banking predators. Ron Paul is also a free trader, by the way. Did you know that? He's a free trader, just like Rand Paul. They believe in free trade. Folks, remember what I told you about how the media, the establishment, how they try and make something sound positive and make some other things sound negative. When they want you to think that universal health care is bad, because you know who runs the media, who controls them. It's corporate America, right? They're not going to say universal health care. They're going to call it socialized medicine. Ooh, sounds bad. Socialized, like communism. Oh my God. Get the government out of the way, right? It's an open and shut case. Forget it. Oh, socialized medicine? No, forget it. I'm not going to even have the discussion. They won't talk. No. Not going to do it. No. You understand. Same thing with free trade, except it sounds good, doesn't it? Free trade. Free. How can you not like it? It's free. How can you not like free trade? When in reality, it's criminal trade. It's unfair trade and it's criminal. Okay? And it's fraudulent. Fraudulent trade. Which is what I wrote about 20 years ago. Remember I told you guys Right? Remember I gave you some other examples? What the flim flam men do when they came out with the Uber and that other scams, Airbnb, the sharing economy. Sharing. Anybody remember that? It's sharing. It's the sharing economy. You should do it because it's sharing. You don't like to share? You're evil. Sharing? Since when am I getting into a fucking Uber for free? It's not sharing. It's for profit fucking scam that puts hard-working taxi drivers out of business. Guys that have gone through that's their career. That's their livelihood. And who makes the money out of Uber? You think the drivers make the money? No. The parasites at the top who get with their fucking buddies, who know through their connections they can bribe officials to get things passed through the city council. That's exactly what Uber did. That's exactly what Airbnb did. You know that, right? Because they got the connections. You understand? That's all the money went to the top. And you have, listen, nobody likes taxi drivers. Everybody has their own stories. Okay? But I tell you what, these guys are professional. That's their livelihood. And you know they're there to serve you. They've gone through checks, right? All types of things to make sure, inspections, so on and so forth, right? There's a reason for that, right? You understand. We're talking about Uber stealing their livelihood, their retirement. I mean, their medallions are fucking almost worthless. That's their retirement. That industry's gone. Who got that money? I made some audios on this many years ago. Who got the money? It wasn't the drivers. It's the same gang who always gets the money through fraud. Okay? The investors. I'm not talking about even this. I'm talking the venture investors and the insiders. You got it? You don't hear about this stuff. Why not? Okay? So, and by the way, this corruption, this degeneration of capitalism, which I just gave you an example of, this is why this whole free trade system, which has destroyed America, this is why this happened. Because you had this shift in the 90s where CEOs became like gods. I mean, do you understand in the 80s and before that, you go to a shareholder meeting, and it wasn't that uncommon for people to really disparage the CEOs if they did a shitty job, and even throw pies in their face, throw eggs at them. I know this for a fact. How do I know this, by the way? Because I've talked to security guys who have been around, security guys at shareholder meetings. We talked, and he told me all kind of stories, how it used to be. Try doing that. Try throwing a pie in the face of a CEO of a large company now. You're going to jail for a long time. Yet, when these guys cause the deaths of people, such as Mr. Muhlenberg, Boeing, 346 people, or even Elon Musk, 56 people and counting, they don't even stand trial. They don't even stand trial. In fact, Mr. Muhlenberg left with tens of millions of dollars in his fucking golden parachute. So, when you have a capitalist system this way, obviously, think about what China has done. They've used and abused the system. would we have a China that we have today if NAFTA was never passed? Probably not. Probably not. NAFTA began it all. NAFTA was the beginning. You understand? And you got to understand something. All this trade, all these jobs that should be in America, and I'm not just talking about China, by the way. You got American jobs all over the fucking world. But in China's case, because it's a communist country, they obviously have some military ambitions. Their military was built up by you American consumers, mostly American, basically the Western consumers. You built their fucking military because you're greedy consumers. Greedy and selfish. You didn't look at where something's from. You just bought it. Your money built up their military. And your money is responsible for perhaps the reason why your father lost his job at that manufacturing plant, or why you may have lost your job. You got it? Now, getting back to China, this is obviously a very fair, well-balanced discussion, right? It's not just I'm not bashing China. I'm giving you the whole fucking shebang on both sides, right? Let me give you an idea. You talk about a communist country, and this is a problem in Europe as well, by the way, in terms of the lack of freedoms. You're seeing more. Obviously, you're seeing a lot of this everywhere, where you didn't used to see it in the West at all. But Europe now, you can't really say a lot. You can't do a lot. Well, Europe's trying to become an innovator. They're not going to lead nothing, right? I mean, how can you expect Europe to become a formidable competitor in research and development and innovation with America when you can't so much as question a particular narrative in history or disagree with the details of the official narrative in history without facing prison time? I mean, what? If somebody told me, I would say, you're talking about China, right? No, this is Europe. Once again, it goes back to what I said about Asia. How can you expect Asia to become innovators where they don't have freedom of speech, freedom of expression? You're seeing this major clampdown with that in Europe. It's going on for a long time. And to some degree, you're seeing it in America with our friend, everyone's favorite stock manipulator, Bill Ackman and his fucking gang. Right? Need I mention once again Bill Ackman and his gang of related tribesmen who formed a group on Instagram? You can go look it up. It's been reported in the news. They found out about it. Him and his billionaire buddies formed an Instagram group to see how they can make sure and stomp all college protests against the war between Israel and Palestine. And that's what it is. It's not Hamas. It's fucking Palestine. You're talking about just ungodly massacre of innocent civilians in Palestine. Oh, well, Hamas is hiding in their schools. And okay. Seems like these guys always got a fucking excuse, don't they? Always got an excuse and the reason, and it's never their fault. It's never them. They're always the innocent one. It's kind of like, have you ever heard, the so-called, the guy, I'll just say the guy, he strikes you and he starts crying. Right? That's kind of their strategy, you know? You see that? That's what we're talking about, folks. Big problem. Big problem going on. And once again, don't get your hopes up. There ain't no leader is going to lead you to the promised land. They're not allowed to get elected. Okay? They're not allowed. They're not allowed. It's just that simple. Because there's too much power and money. You see? I mean, if you didn't know this before, just take a look at Elon Musk. Right? You can't find a better example of how money controls America's politics. It's almost, honestly, what I'm seeing from Washington in the first couple of months of Trump re-entering the White House. It's almost like the corruption is like in a communist country. But at least we still have some freedom. We still are the most dominant country. Innovation, research, technology, and once again, no communist country will ever be a superpower. If that was going to happen, it would have been with Russia. And you saw what happened to Russia. It's going to be the same thing in China. See, because once again, once there's a tipping point in a communist country of social unrest, it's over. That's it. The people fight. They want change. And this is why communist regimes never last. Because at some point there's going to be such a dire problem in the economy. It's going to be so fucked up. The people aren't going to know where their next meal is coming from. They're going to get very desperate. And you saw some of that during the lockdowns in China. And you're seeing still kind of, some of that in China to some degree with the economy. When you hit a threshold, a tipping point, the communist government's finished. And this is why they monitor everyone. This is why they have this big military in these countries. It's not for protecting themselves from outside invaders. It's for monitoring the people and controlling the people. You see, that's why. Okay? That's why they don't allow any type of free expression. They don't want people to see what's going on. They don't want other people to see, oh gosh, this guy's pissed off. Yeah, I'm pissed off. Let's unite. They don't allow that. Freedom to organize. No, you don't have that freedom. I was reading this article the other day, and I would say probably the laws are similar in China, but I was reading this article how Vietnam is, of course, trying to become a market economy, which is a joke. You all know what a market economy is, right? Basically, it's kind of open competition. It's the opposite of state-controlled, okay? And so, they're trying to do a lot of things. And one of the things they're doing as well, this has nothing to do with being a market economy, but it has some things to do with kind of, not being so extreme. They're trying to change their death penalty. The communist countries are they love the death penalty. So I was reading the article, and they said, well, they're looking to change possibly some of the death penalty, the crimes. Okay. And so one of the crimes that leads to the death penalty, obviously, is going to be, illegal drug trafficking. Right? That's pretty much known. That's which you get pretty much in all of Asia, right? But there's some other things that I was a little surprised. Of course, espionage, but embezzlement, okay. Actions against the government, okay. Sabotage, trading counterfeit medicine. Now that one is, nobody wants counterfeit medicine, but the death penalty, how do you prove they knew it was counterfeit? It's a very, right? But this is the clincher here. Bribery. That's right. Bribery in Vietnam currently has the death penalty associated with the guilty verdict. Bribery. Now, do you all have any idea how common bribery is in Asia? That's part of the culture, by the way, especially in communism. Do you all know that, right? Bribery is part of the culture. Okay? Especially in a communist country. So that just kind of gives you an idea of the ludicrous nature of these communist countries. Do you really think people go get the death penalty for bribery? Yeah, if they don't like you, oh, sorry, you were bribing, you get death penalty. No. Okay. Quite simply, folks, China is facing an inevitable and most likely, I'm not going to say with 100%, but most likely an irreversible collapse. Now, I say most likely because it all depends on, if and when the communism is kicked out of the country, they get out of the system, and at what point when. But China is definitely, they've already, their best days are behind them. That is a fact you can bet on. Their best days are behind them. That is a fact I'm quite certain of. Unless, by chance, decades in the future, when communism is not around, they have opened up their borders, they have, they're developing into a democracy, Western system, Western education, and they've allowed a lot of people from the West into their country to help accelerate their progression. Okay? It's that simple. That's all. It's quite simple. Okay? Getting back to the, I didn't talk much about the middle income trap. Okay? But, you hear about, and I've talked about the lies of bringing so many. In fact, there's a former World Bank puppet. I think he's a Korean guy. And he claimed back in 2017 that China lifted 800 million people out of poverty. 800 million. The miracle. So think about that. First of all, does that sound right to you? So all of a sudden, a communist regime creates some miracle. Wow, communism must be the way, right? And he even said that represents one of the great stories in human history. Is that consistent with the communist regime? The Great Leap Forward, Cultural Revolution, one-child policy. The fact is, folks, China did not participate in real globalization, by the way. Fact. They did not. Okay? China's trade was conducted more along the lines of a one-way street. It's a one-way fucking street. Multinational corporations tolerated China's criminal behavior as long as they could get their lower production costs. Western officials looked the other way because the corporate giants that control them didn't complain. Okay. But getting back to the poverty claim, the false poverty claim, as you all know by now, China's data is absolutely not reliable, number one. And I mentioned China cheated through the globalization scheme, number two. Number three, China defines extreme poverty using lower thresholds than the World Bank. You see? So they're cheating there even. And as I talked about before, once you adjust for the higher cost of living, did people really leave poverty? So in other words, when you look at poverty rates, you're looking at, and the improvements, you're looking at how much more income they're earning. So, but you can afford to earn a lower income if you're living in the villages. But if you're moving to the city, you have to have a higher income, as I mentioned earlier, right? So basically they're counting the people that moved from the villages to the city because they increased their income, but they didn't improve their living standard. Are you going to hear this anywhere? Probably not. I mean, where are all the brilliant genius economists? They should know this. The genius guys, you know, that think that economics is a science? Fucking idiots. And finally, it's kind of like, you know, when you look at GDP, gross domestic product, if you look at the growth rate of GDP, it's supposed to give you an idea of the strength, the health of the economy. But it doesn't really say anything about the prosperity of the individual, right? A great example, actually, is Vietnam. With their, and you can even argue India, right? Vietnam with their very strong export trade, very strong GDP. India, very strong GDP. But take a look at the average person. They're not doing too well. They're not, you know, you have hundreds of millions of Indians, by the way. You can imagine India has gone through this period of very rapid economic growth. And you still have hundreds of millions of people in poverty. I can't recall, 600 million, maybe more, extreme poverty. And this is one reason why Prime Minister Modi struggled to win re-election last year. He had to actually form coalitions which were not consistent with his normal political philosophy in order to win re-election. And some of those coalitions were very, you know, in areas, very poor people, and so he's had to actually focus on social programs a little more and focus a little less on investments. FYI. And that's why there's been some weakness in the Indian markets. There's been also some large foreign withdrawals a couple of times at least in the past several months. There's issues. Okay? My point is that, you know, when you look at GDP, it's not really, it's a measure for a country, but it doesn't tell you necessarily about the prosperity of the individual. Vietnam, similar situation. Vietnam, very strong GDP growth year after year, but you look at the average person. I mean, you just look into it. Most Vietnamese youth don't feel they're ever going to be able to buy a home, and I'm not even talking about like a house with land, because that's out of the fucking question, unless it's in the village, maybe. I'm talking about condos. Okay? And that is another issue. That's you're talking there about the corruption of the communist government that controls all the land, that took all the land from the people in the South after the war. It just fucking took it. And so you got, land values now. I can tell you right now, most of you people in the West can't afford to buy land in Vietnam, by the way. Believe it or not. And when you look at the average income in Vietnam, you say, like, what's going on? It's okay. You understand? The average land price in Ho Chi Minh City is around, depending upon where you go, I'll just say on average going to be around $15,000 per square meter. Per square meter. Okay? Think about that one. So 100 square meters is about 110 square, about 1,050 square feet. A small, a decent sized apartment, let's say. If you want that with the land, do the math. Can anybody do the math? Okay. Now, if the economy, if people are earning high wages, really high wages, okay. Like, if it's Switzerland, where the median income is, 120,000 or so, okay. But you're talking about, let's say, in Saigon, Ho Chi Minh City, say the average income, you're talking about, it depends on if you, let's say, we won't even count, because there's a large, very young population, many of them are college kids. Let's just say normal adult income. You're talking about maybe $500 a month. Yet, you're talking about land values that are, on average, about, oh, here we go. We got the construction. Jesus Christ. We're gonna have to stop here. So, this is what you're dealing with the communist countries, folks. Right? Anyway, let me just go ahead and close this out. Middle income trap. China ain't going to leave it. They're not going to exit it. They're not going to become a high income. The problem when Japan collapsed back in the late 80s, Japan was already an advanced country. They were a high income country. China's not, and they're collapsing. Okay? There's only a few countries that have ever gotten out of the middle income trap. Japan, Singapore, Hong Kong, Ireland, maybe one or two others. That's all I can think of. Okay, some said actually a few years ago, several years ago, I think it was, supposedly Malaysia claimed they're out of it. They climbed out of it now. But once the data came through in the next few years, you could see they didn't get out of it. Okay? But if you look at the countries that got out, South Korea, I think. So if you look at the countries that got out of the middle income trap, by the way, think about it. What do they have in common? They're kind of isolated, aren't they? Right? They're very isolated. They can control who comes into their country and who comes out. That's one thing. Okay? I think Taiwan is one that I left out. So Japan, Singapore, Ireland, Taiwan, Hong Kong, and South Korea. That's it. Thailand's not going to get out of the middle income trap. I think Malaysia could do it. It's possible, but Thailand ain't going to do it. It's not going to happen. In fact, Thailand's economy is in deep trouble. And has been for a few years. Much worse than people can see. So when you look at some of the things that can pull a country out of the middle income trap, right? It's been known that there's certain characteristics, okay, you got to have. You got to be really good at innovation. You got to have really good economic specialization. You got to have high levels of education. You got to have governance by democracy, and you got to have the ability to build large-scale, world-class institutions. Now, you don't have to have all those characteristics. I don't know that there's a formula. It depends upon which ones you have. You know, maybe you can have 2 of certain ones and maybe 3 of other. You know, but think about that: economic specialization, high levels of education, governance by democracy, success at innovation, and the ability to build large-scale, world-class institutions. So where does China fit there? Can China do any of that? Can China do all of that? I think a lot of people would say, yeah, China's right there. They can do all that, right? Economic specialization, that points to Singapore. Singapore is not even a country, in my opinion. I believe it to be, I consider it a special economic zone of Malaysia. Tiny little country, no resources, they open up trade, no taxes come in here. We'll be your whore. Desperation move, okay? They're able to make that work, fine. Highly educated, well, ask Jim Rogers. He's pretty pissed off that his kids are going to school there now. Of course, he was praising Singapore and China for many years, but then the truth comes out. He trashes the Singaporean school system. I showed you guys the annotated image on that, didn't I? In one video, I know I did. Governance by democracy. Obviously, China doesn't meet that one, right? They don't really have economic specialization. They don't, by the way, they don't really have high levels of education. Oh, what are you talking about? The Chinese score really high in these tests. I see it all the time in these rankings. Folks, ask yourself the question, where are the world's best universities? Right? Where's the best R&D? You got it? They're not in China. So understand that. Making good scores on SAT and ACT doesn't mean that you're well educated, by the way. It means that you can do well on a math test, on an English test. Is that the extent of education? I don't think so. The bottom line is this. What defines a good education are those countries that have produced brilliant minds that change the world. Okay? It's that simple. Boy, that noise is fucked up, huh? So, success and innovation, forget it. Very large world-class institutions, where? So, it's that simple, folks. That's not even superpower level. That is high income. If you want to break out of the middle income trap into a high income nation, you need to have 2 or 3 at least of those characteristics. Okay? So China's not even going to become high income, in my opinion. Okay? I'm not going to repeat. You can listen to the stream. Okay? I could go on and on. I've gone on long enough. China will never become a superpower. They are not now. And they won't be. All we need to do to remove any threat of China is to keep them from stealing our innovations, our intellectual property. Okay? You know, it's kind of like you can what's the saying? You can give someone you can bring someone fish, or you can teach them to fish. China's good at fishing. Or I'm sorry, they're good at getting fish, stealing fish, extracting fish, but they don't know how to fish. And if you don't know how to fish, you can only go so long, because once the person finds out you're stealing their fish and they stop it, well, it's all downhill from there. And in downhill, I mean not good. You see? That's the reality. Okay? So, bottom line, China's a screwed up country that cheats. It's been cheating for a long time. Asia has been cheating America for a very long time. Asia wrote the book on cheating and scams. Okay? And the Chinese are the kingpins of cheating and scams. This is not opinion. It's based on empirical evidence. My own empirical evidence. Observation. Living in these countries. Seeing. Observing. Knowing what's going on as a world-class analyst. Now, you're not going to hear people in my position say this. Because why? Because people in my position are all fucking bureaucrats. You understand? They're afraid of pissing off the wrong person. They want to be politically correct. I stopped being politically correct once I understood there was a movement for political correctness a long time ago. And certainly, if I'm getting treated the way I am, there's no incentive for me to fucking smooth things over. At all. I got nothing to lose. Everything's already been taken from me. So I don't care. I'd much rather go down in history as being an honest person than being a piece of shit, which is what most of these people are. Okay? That's the reality, folks. That's the fucking reality. Okay? You forward, you send this shit to people. You listen to this guy. Obviously, what I have to say, just in this discussion, just in this one discussion, I got a lot to say that people should know. Why am I not being heard? Why don't people want to broadcast what I have to say? It's not as if, just from my track record alone, just from my track record as a world-class analyst, looking at what I've done, basically I could say, hey, I want to talk about my hobbies. You understand? From what I have done, I should be a demand for me to just to hear anything I have to say. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't work that way, though. How it works is the people that get promoted are the gatekeepers, the disinfo agents, the scammers, the idiots. Okay? And the rule is they're all related. There are exceptions. Okay? But the general rule is they're related. The people in the high positions of high influence that control the public discourse. Just start opening your eyes and see it. Like I've been looking for 20 fucking years. And you'll see it. And then you'll understand why things are the way that they are. You'll understand why no one was investigated for the fraud that caused the 2008 financial crisis, despite the fact that I wrote about it in advance. I wrote about the fraud, what was going on. Think about it. Then you'll understand why the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission did not want me to testify in front of Congress after interviewing me on the phone, finding out why the financial crisis occurred. And I told them why. I told them because there's a certain mafia in Wall Street that always does this and gets away every time. That's the truth. They control the watchdogs, the regulators, the litigators. You understand? The truth and nothing but the truth. If it's less than the full truth, it's a fucking lie. It's that simple. And that's what you're getting with all these fucking gatekeepers out there, all these fucking bullshit artists out there. They're not telling you the full truth. And you're also getting some people that are just fucking ignorant. Just, have you ever wondered why, by the way? What's the guy's name? What's that kid's name? What's that kid's name? I forgot his name. This young Hispanic sounding name. Although I can tell you he ain't no Hispanic. What's his name? That's kind of this. The guy is like, he's just always talking about. He's just like completely non-constructively just trashing anytime he has an opportunity Jewish people. What's his name? This kind of like I guess he's like a neo-Nazi or whatever. What's the guy's name? He's like 25 or something. Yeah, Nick Fuentes. He's like controlled opposition, right? Ask yourself, why a kid that's like, his brain hasn't fully developed, most likely, if you go by the averages, who doesn't really know a whole lot, right, about the world or anything, why he's like promoted out there. And he's like, he's very, he doesn't come out and say things constructively. He's obviously kind of stirs the pot and kind of gets a kind of a, you understand what I'm saying. Why is he promoted? So, well, no, he's not. He was deplatformed. No, he's promoted, okay? He's promoted. Why? Why is that? Now you know why. All these people out there have a purpose. Do you understand? They all have a purpose. Some of them, and by the way, I mentioned this before, Lopez, Fuentes, take a look at those names historically and you'll know their ethnic background is not what you would think. Okay? That's right. Okay? Look, I'm not going to answer questions. You can figure it out on your own. If you can't figure it out on your own, you're in trouble. Okay? I know the deal. I don't have to sit here and justify everything I'm fucking saying. It's up to you to go figure it out. Okay? If you can't figure it out, you got a lot of fucking work to do. If you can't figure it out, I'm sure as hell not going to lead you because you're so far behind. You're gonna slow me down for the rest of the world. Okay? Listen. Please don't post ignorant comments. I already mentioned that. That means fucking nothing. The fact that he got fucking promoted and was platformed for a long fucking time, that's all you need to know. The same thing with Andrew Anglin, by the way. You got it? Alex Jones was deplatformed too. Does that mean he's legit? Come on, dude. That's you're way far behind. You are fucking far behind, man. I can't help you if you're that far behind. Okay? You obviously don't understand how all this shit operates. Okay? Like I said, every person out there, this is why it's important to understand me and where I come from. I didn't have a fucking chance from day one. You got it? There are people that are promoted. And if you don't think that fucking twerp was promoted, I don't know what fucking rock you've been living under, because I don't even follow the guy, and I can tell you he was promoted. He was promoted up until a certain extent. enough to give him a fucking following. Okay? Ask yourself the question, why the fuck is some fucking nobody who knows nothing, he's the spiritual leader of people twice his age, and everyone's following him? Yeah. You understand? You got it? I mean, ask your folks, all you have to do, once again, the best goddamn motherfucking son of a bitch thing you can do is familiarize yourself in the most goddamn motherfucking detail as you can with my credentials, my track record. And it's right out there in plain fucking print, starting with the 2 goddamn chapters in the description on the books. You get the fucking book, the first goddamn book. You cheap sons of bitches, you lazy sons of bitches. I don't make a fucking penny off it. It's not in print anymore. And you read it. And you digest it. And you read it again. And you go through and research what's going on. And you say, holy shit, this guy, holy fuck, how did he know this? Holy fuck, this guy's brilliant. He's fucking amazing. Why is this guy banned? And then you look at airheads, kids, twerps, morons, and they're promoted. Remember, I was banned from day one, including through the alternative media, because it's the same shit. I was banned through all alternative media as well. You got it? All of it. Alex Jones, Jeff Rentz, Tex Mars, all of it. All the motherfuckers banned me. You got it? All the websites, all the progressive, okay? Everything. Banned. Why? Okay? Every person serves a purpose. Why? Because there's a web out there. There's a web. Okay? And you're going to believe one guy over the others. And they're all going to have a different position. That way, you get stuck in the web and you don't know it. Some are going to fall for Jordan Peterson. Some are going to fall for Alex Jones. Some are going to fall for Ron Paul. Some are going to fall for Joe Rogan and his circle jerk. You understand? Each one has a different slant. Each one is going to appeal to different people based upon many different variables. You understand? And each one is going to have kind of an emphasis on different talking points. You understand? So that you can't get past that fucking, that wall. You can't get out of it. You can't break out of it. And you won't break out of it. You know why? Because that's the whole wall, that whole wall out there with all those people, that's the entire ecosphere of media. You understand? Where else are you going to go? There is nothing. That's what I'm saying. Anyone who has exposure, it's because they're not on your side. They're on the side of the evil force. You all understand what I'm saying? Okay? Folks, you think I don't fucking know what's going on? I've been watching this shit from a front seat for 20 years. From a front seat, okay? Nobody can fool me, I'm telling you. There ain't nobody out there. Nobody. I used to get fooled, and if you're not getting fooled early on, then you're not doing enough work. But eventually you're going to wake up. I'm telling you, there's nobody out there. The system won't allow it. They won't allow it. And some of them you're gonna swear, oh no, they're legit because they're saying this and this. It's fucking bullshit. Bottom line, it's quite fucking easy. All you have to do is remember the golden rule. If they have exposure, even if they don't have it anymore, if they had it before, it's because they're working for the bad people, the evil people, the fucked up people. I explained with Alex Jones. Alex Jones crossed the line. Okay? Alex Jones, he was being groomed to go mainstream. He crossed the line. They had to take him down. Why? Well, you see why. He crossed the fucking line. They were bending over backwards to groom Alex Jones to be mainstream. He was on all these fucking mainstream media. Piers Morgan, The View, all this shit. Okay? And you notice what happened after Alex Jones got taken down. Perfect time, Joe Rogan moves in. He replaced Alex Jones. I told you all this. You see? I'm telling you, folks. I know the fucking song and dance, and if you don't know it, you got to do one of two things. Either you trust my judgment and believe me what I'm saying, and try and figure it out on your own, if you know, or you just completely go and try and figure. I'm not going to sit here and fucking explain it all to you. You're lucky I'm giving you all this shit. I can't teach your brain how to think. I can't go through the fucking exercises. At some point, you find somebody. And you're lucky to find me because I don't know anyone else like me. And you believe it. It's that simple. Okay? I've been through the whole thing. Okay? All these fucking alternative media, they're all frauds. They're all in it for the fucking money. It's that simple. Tex Mars, great example. I exposed that motherfucker 15 years ago, maybe 14 years ago. Okay? Tex Mars, if you know the guy, he's a so-called, or used to be, I guess he's gone, he's dead now. He would call himself a preacher, a pastor. Okay? Anybody can be a fucking preacher, right? And this is a guy who, like, he would write all these books and have all these presentations on, you know, the Jews and their evil religion and, you know, just like conspiracy shit. And was there some truth to what he was saying? Yeah, but a lot of it was like first of all, what's his purpose? What is he doing? Like, are you constructive? Please give us a constructive discourse, something that is objective, intelligent, something that we can work with. You don't talk about fucking nonsense, okay? You understand. And he throws his religion nonsense in there. But a lot of people fell for this guy. Okay? Turns out he was the preacher or the reverend that married Alex Jones. He's Alex Jones' buddy. Okay? And he's a conspiracy alternative guy. But you can go on his website now. People take it over. I guess his family, they're selling his old shit. You know, it's like everything is all about Jews. Like, it's like, oh, okay, so that's your fucking deal. You know, everything is Jew. Oh, come on. I mean, you know, when someone has got everything, like every single thing they put out, obviously, they're not going to be too credible. It's too much. It's too much. Okay, and it's like Illuminati and all this stupid nonsense. I mean, why don't you explain, you know, what's going on Wall Street, the economy, because he doesn't fucking have a clue. So he was not credible. But nonetheless, I was desperate, and I wanted to talk, because he talked something about the healthcare. I wanted to talk to him about my healthcare book and about U.S. healthcare. I wanted to talk about healthcare. That's all. Because he was talking about it, he exposed, you know, he was talking, and I was the only person out there that was ready to expose the whole healthcare system. Okay? And guess what? He didn't want to have me on. Now you ask yourself the question, why? Is it because when I talk about healthcare, when I wrote about healthcare, there was no like mention of Jewish people? Although there was not, that's not why. Okay? The reason why he didn't want to have me on is the same reason why Jeff Rentz refused, even though he used my publications without my permission, he refused to have me on. Okay? Because these people, same reason why also, what's his name? Mark Glenn. People reached out to Mark Glenn, he didn't want to have anything to do with me. Like he wouldn't respond to them. Why? Because they're afraid I'm either going to spot them as frauds, as gatekeepers, or I'm going to talk about things they don't want to talk about. You see, Mark Glenn, for instance, is a guy who talks about Israel. Israel this, evil Israel. Oh, they're so evil, evil, evil. Okay? Israel doesn't really... We got a lot of problems. The bigger problem is in America. I don't really care about Israel. Israel's not the fucking source of America's problems. Is it a source of America's problems? Sure, no doubt about it. It's not the source. The source of America's problems is from within. And it's from within this elite group of billionaires. Do they have a connection with Israel? Well, you can look it up and decide. But it's not Israel. The people that focus on Israel all the time, you can tell right there, they're trying to hide something. Okay? Paul Craig Roberts is another guy who focuses on Israel. And if anybody should know about the Wall Street criminality, it's a guy who is a senior editor at Wall Street Journal, Paul Craig Roberts. Okay? Another way you can tell Paul Craig Roberts is a fraud is because here's a guy who he wants to tell you, yeah, I was the architect of the Reagan's economic policy, you know, the trickle-down economics. He was an assistant Treasury Secretary, assistant. Like, what the fuck is that? He gets the donuts and coffee? But he wants to associate himself with the trickle-down economics, which is a goddamn disaster. You all know that, right? Oh, you give the rich tax cuts and it trickles down to the poor people. Yeah, okay. Sure it does. It's fucking bullshit. Okay? Now, Kevin McDonald, as you all may know, I interviewed him, and I had some suspicions about Kevin McDonald, to be honest with you, because of some of the people that he somewhat associates with. Okay? I believe Kevin McDonald is a little naive. He may understand his discipline, but when it comes to these types of things, I don't think he knows. Okay? I don't think he understands what's going on. Okay? I'll tell you that. And, you know, just because there are people out there, by the way, who are very well informed and, you know, maybe leaders, experts in their field, doesn't mean they can't be fooled. Okay? At all. Because you're talking about a different realm here. You're talking about, you know, a different type of situation here. You know, Kevin McDonald, on his site, he's got Paul Craig Roberts. I had a talk with McDonald. I didn't put it in the interview, but I basically told him a lot of these people that are a lot of these people running, you know, some of this movement aren't what they say they are. Okay? And, you know, a good example, by the way, another person that's in that group is this guy, Jared Taylor. You know, American Renaissance. Right? Jared Taylor's whole thing is, blacks are inferior. Blacks are not as smart. Okay, fine, whatever. Okay, and then what? Oh, blacks are doing this. Black crime is worse than black on black crime, black on white crime. Right? All these things basically to demonize black people. Okay, we get it. We got it. That's like the low-level fucking information. What we want to know is who have put the black people there, who have brainwashed the black people, who have done all these things. That's what we want to know, Mr. Taylor. You understand? He won't talk about that. And you know why? Because take a look who his wife is, and take a look who many of his colleagues are at American Renaissance. And according to him, this group of people, they're just fine with him. They're A-OK. They're white as far as he's concerned. Exactly. You understand. So this is what I'm talking about, folks. When you have different people with different roles out there, you have to really have a good grasp of what's going on, or you're going to be fooled, because you're going to eventually find somebody that fits your mold. But if you're not scrutinizing enough, you're going to be fucking stuck, because there's so many of these people with so many. I'm just telling you. Okay. You see? Jared Taylor is smart, though. Okay, what's that? What does that have to do with the price of rice in China? You're saying, but he's smart. Okay, so what? So what? There's plenty of smart people who are not being honest, who are going to steer you in the wrong fucking lane. I don't care if they're smart. I don't care if they're stupid. If they're in a position of influence, the most important thing is they need to be honest. And if he's that fucking smart, then first of all, he wouldn't say that they look white to him. And second of all, he'd actually be talking about the higher level. Okay? Because in the higher level is not coming out with statistics on black people, on crime, on education, on this, on that. What's more important is to understand who has shaped the black culture in America through the media, who has been involved in picking out certain divisive, if not completely racist, black leaders to serve as the spokespeople for black people, like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson. What has that done to brainwash the black community, to make them racist against whites? You understand? That's just one example. That's a much more important thing to talk about, because the blacks have been used. They've been absolutely used and brainwashed. Okay? I think that's a lot more important. But he's not going to talk about that, because he's being funded by the people who have manipulated the black population in America. Folks, they always come in and buy the people off. If they can't bribe you or frame you, if you've got enough exposure, they're going to get to you. They're going to buy you off. They're going to get to you somehow. Me, I guess, they realized the best thing is just to fucking shut them down from day one. I mean, right? And also think about this for a second. Folks, I'm coming out here as a citizen. I'm not out here like, I don't have a company. American Renaissance. I don't have a company. Take America back. Give me money. This is just my talk. I provide research. Investment research has really nothing to do with what I'm talking about here. This is just freebie. In fact, many people don't want to get my research because they don't like these ideas. I don't care. I'm fucking semi-retired. Have been for 10 fucking years. I don't care. You understand? Okay? You see what I'm saying, folks? Jared Taylor has a company and makes money off of this. I mean, don't you think having his company for 30 fucking years or more, by now, he should have elevated his game? From talking, 30 fucking years and you're still talking about crime statistics with blacks and, IQs with blacks and whites? Really? Really? Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, if you can't see that, then you're fucking blind. What's going on? I mean, okay, 1990, if you started in 35 years, okay, I can see that. Okay, sure. You understand what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? So, the problem is that he's kind of been put in that realm, that circle, that crowd with Kevin McDonald. And I just believe Kevin McDonald is naive. I think he's very naive. I've talked to the guy. He's very naive. He doesn't understand how these groups, these he doesn't understand. He just doesn't get it. Listening to the guy, I can see that he's not one of these people who you would think though that he would get it because his research is into right, but he doesn't. I thought about him for a long time. I was really questioning, but he just doesn't get it. I told you all the story about Bill Johnson, right? I told you the story about Bill Johnson. Folks, I've got so many stories. I mean, I've lived this life. I know what the fuck I'm talking, because I've lived it over and over again. I've seen it. Bill Johnson is the chairman of America's Third Party. I think they changed their name. America's Third Position. I don't know. You all know. Kevin McDonald is part of that group. Okay? Kevin McDonald is part of that group. It was called America's Third Position at first, many years ago, and then they changed it to something else, maybe America's Third Party. You just look up America's Third Position, and you'll find it on, probably Wikipedia. They changed their name. You'll find it there. Okay? I told the story many times. Bill Johnson, I think it's his name, Bill. I actually did a few radio shows with Bill. So I this was back around 2011, 12. After the financial crisis, Obama, and so I saw this. They launched this party, and I saw Kevin McDonald's involved and some other people, and I'm thinking, oh, okay, they're gonna address some problems, right? And so I called the number, and funny enough, it hit his office. I think actually, let me think. There were two times two different episodes where I contacted them. One, I talked to a guy in Tennessee. I forgot the guy's name. I checked the site like 6 months ago. He's still associated with them. Some guy in Tennessee, I forgot his name. And he was kind of like an organizer. But let me just tell you because I've got a story about him as well. How I'm like, oh shit. But Bill Johnson, I think he was the first. Yeah, he was the first. This guy was later. I think so. Anyway, I need to go to sleep. So anyway, so Bill Johnson, he's the chairman of this party. And so I'm sitting there looking on the website. I see Kevin McDonald. And I'm thinking like, okay, I look at their issues and I'm like, wow, they don't, you're going to run, you have a political party, and you don't have all the issues. Like, what's their stance on health care? I'm an expert on all this stuff. I mean, fuck, right? I mean, I'm the perfect guy to really give them if they want to really take the country back, how to fix health care, how to fix Wall Street, how to, trade, So I called him. I was like, I help. I'm willing to help. And so he was like, he's thinking, oh, he just kind of like, oh, would you like to be on the show with me? You want to co-host my show? So he apparently had some podcast, radio show podcast, I don't know. And he's an attorney, by the way. And by the way, later on, I didn't think anything of it until later on. Let me just go ahead and tell you now before I forget, if I forget. I didn't think anything of it until later on. I was like, and I said, wait a second. Bill Johnson, kind of like Johnson & Johnson? Okay. You understand. Boom shakalaka boom. Look up Johnson & Johnson. Look at who runs all the background of the big corporations. Okay. But anyway, my point is this. We're having this show, and I could have made his show fucking goddamn superstar hit, because I would tell him, I'm like, look, Argentina is in deep trouble. They're going to fucking default, dude. We can talk about this. This is something great because, I know the whole issue and this and that, and he kind of like snubbed it off. He didn't realize. And then like one day he emails me, yeah, they defaulted. Oh, yeah. I mean, this is why you're like, I'm so sick of dealing with people who don't fucking know who the fuck I am, who appreciate who the fuck I am. I'm the big swinging fucking dick. And you know what? If they don't figure that out, they're not doing the fucking work, the research. Okay? And then if they're not doing that, they're not worth my fucking time. Okay? This was back in their first default, by the way, Argentina. 2011, 12, something like that. I think 12 maybe. So anyway, I joined him for, I don't know, 3 or 4 shows. Maybe, let's say, call it 4 shows. And I don't even remember what we were talking about. I thought we would be talking about, political issues that were important for his party. And apparently that wasn't the case. Because we didn't really talk about that stuff. I can't recall what it was. But I do recall talking kind of more about, it was more of a Jared Taylor slant. He had more of a Jared Taylor slant. Okay? Because there was one particular episode when I told him about the mafia, and I told him about the control of, what they control. It's pretty obvious. You can't, nobody with an IQ above 80 that's sane and honest can refute it. They're simply lying. Bring anybody you want to the table and let's go. It's fact. They're not going to confront me because they know they're going to lose. Okay? And he said, "Oh, what are you talking? You can't tell me they run." He was like denying it all, and I'm thinking like, what? How can you deny? Like, this is obvious. I mean, really? And right then I knew who I was dealing with. The guy is obviously a gatekeeper. That whole party is a front. Okay? I knew it right then. And so after the show, I think it was maybe, after the show, I talked to the guy, the engineer, who cuts for the commercials and shit like that or whatever. And he told me, he's like, yeah, man, I couldn't believe that. And then he told me, he goes, that guy, I forgot, there's a guy on the site, I think he's like from Croatia. I forgot his name, Croatia. He said he has heard him say some things that made him scratch his head. So there are people that pretend to be, they're called gatekeepers, folks. You got to pay close attention. Remember, as long as the spy controls the discourse, that's the key. You understand? They want to make sure and control because they can determine the ultimate fate. You see? I forgot the guy's name. I should look it up actually. Somebody look it up. Sunic, I think is his name. Sunic, I think is his name. Anyway, after that, I was already ready to leave the country, and I was just like, I mean, I could have continued on, but I was like, oh yeah, I'm moving. I'm leaving the country. I'm going to Asia, and that was it. I parted ways with him. I didn't want to have anything to do with him because I knew right then. Obviously, I mean, he's the chairman of that party. You understand? Sunic, I think Sunic is the guy's name. It could be wrong. So, I had another call in, another run in. I don't know when it was. If it was before, I think it was before. It was before. I called a number, and it reached this guy. I forgot his name, but I'm sure he's on that website, the political party. Or you may see, LA number. That's Johnson's number, his office, law office. And but anyway, I contacted this guy who was in Tennessee, and I was telling him about my background. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was before I called Johnson. I was telling him I was going to help out with their issues to make sure they're well represented. And I was telling my background. I was like, yeah, I worked in Wall Street, venture capital. And you know what he told me? He goes, oh, well, listen, we have a special group of people that, the high up people that we all get together, once a week and have kind of an inner discussion. And, a lot of them worked on Wall Street and venture capital too. I was like, oh, okay. I'm thinking like, that's kind of really. I'm thinking like, well, I'm thinking to myself, well, like, I mean, I could see maybe one, but like a lot of them, I'm thinking like, I know who represents, the players. And when you're getting me a lot of them, I'm thinking, okay, that doesn't sound right. So anyway, guess what? So I don't get any return call. He doesn't connect back with me and tell me when the meeting is. You know why? Of course, because he forwards my information to his Wall Street guys, his venture capital guys. Okay, you got it? You understand? So I'm just telling you, folks, I know the whole fucking shebang. I've lived it all. I've been through it all. And I'm telling you, there ain't nobody out there that you can trust. It's as simple. They're all full of shit. I mean, you can trust me, but what does it matter? I have no fucking reach. I don't got any reach. If you don't have reach, what's the point? You can't do anything. You understand? You can't even educate people. You understand? And that's why I don't have reach, because I speak the truth on a high level and can communicate it on a low level. And they don't want that. You see? They don't want that. That's the reality. That's the fact. Some of these guys, they play the game. They see the game. They see what's going on, but they play the game because they want to make money. Which ones are motivated by money as the initial objective motive? I don't know. I can't answer that. But I can tell you, just about all of them are motivated by money. Okay? In fact, you could argue all of them are. You could argue all of them are. You see? That's the reality, folks. I mean, think about it. Let me give you another example, for instance. Think about it for a second. You got Patrick Bet-David. Like one of the dumbest fucking guys you can ever come across. Like a fucking street thug. Okay? And so of course he's in the circle jerk. He's paid paid money, his blood money through his scammy company, to get promoted through interviews that go through his company, right? He uses these interviews that his company's paid for, puts them on his channel. He's He's paid to get in Joe Rogan's circle jerk, fake books, fake reviews. He didn't want, the whole shebang. Because, and it's all tax write-off for him. Okay? The guy's a complete, I don't think anything he said is truthful. Nothing. He's one of these guys, everything is a lie. Until it's proof positive. Prove it to me. Okay? But my point is, think about it. You got Patrick Bet David, who's, I want to interview the controversial people. I want to, And so what does he do? He interviews like a person with zero credibility, a known scammer, right? Dan Blazarian, an obvious scammer, not exactly a beacon of wisdom, not exactly an Ivy League graduate, not exactly a world-class analyst. And he interviews Dan Blazarian, and Blazarian begins to talk about Israel this, Israel that. So Blazarian is positioned as some person that's qualified to talk about Israel and, control of the media by Jewish people and all this nonsense. Well, I shouldn't say nonsense, but what I mean is nonsense in terms of he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just repeating stuff. You understand? He's repeating stuff that other people have said. He's not someone who's an authority. He's not someone who's qualified, who has a deep understanding of things. Right? So why would Patrick Bet David put him in that position to be the one? You understand? Number one, guaranteed Blazarian paid him. Okay? And of course, Blazarian did this as a way to make amends with the public who kind of sees what's going on with Israel, with all this stuff, because he's ready to launch another scam. Because he got outed so much. He wants to reform himself. And that's exactly what happened. Go on the channel and read the comments. Oh, I really respect Blazarian now. Wow. It's a complete farce. It's so fucking obvious. Okay? But my point is, think about that. Why would you have a fucking knucklehead? Because the intelligent person is going to say, like, Dan Blazarian? Like, if anything, what he's saying is false because the guy has no credibility. You understand? It goes back to why, someone like Jeff Rintz doesn't want to have a credible expert on. He wants to have a bunch of crackpots and conspiracy loons that are all related to him, of course. You see, you don't want to have a truly credible person to talk about these issues, because if you have that person who irrefutably exposes these things and many others, then you're in trouble. You understand? I mean, I could go on, folks. I mean, the playbook is virtually unlimited of the little mechanisms and MOs of these people. I've been following it way too long. Okay? That's just the way it is. That's the way it is. Same thing, by the way, with Andrew Anglin, Daily Stormer. I mean, Andrew Anglin, a guy, by the way, who, like, he's in it for the money. He's made millions of dollars from people who like his, his vitreous, hateful rhetoric. He's not constructive, right? Not constructive. He actually lampoons. He's a lampoon. You all understand. He presents things in a lampoon manner to make you question the validity, and in a hateful manner. You're not going to get anywhere if it's not a constructive criticism. You see, it has to be a constructive criticism in an intellectual or an intelligent manner. So why was he getting promoted? I mean, he's like such a racist, neo-Nazi, this and that. Oh, really? Well, why is Reuters talking about him? Why is all the mainstream media talking about him? You know what the mainstream media does to people like that, to the real enemy. They ignore them. They just ignore them. They don't give them PR. Remember, any publicity is good publicity. Right? You understand? And he was getting promoted more and more and more. Why? Because that created a reason, right? That type of hatred, that type of hate mongering creates what this group wants. They want people to feel that they need to be protected. You understand? That's what's going on. Okay? And just like Alex Jones, but of course Alex Jones is a little different because Alex Jones has always been controlled by these people, but just like Alex Jones crossed the line, right? And by the way, Alex Jones crossed the line when he involved parents, right, who happened to be related to his advertisers. Wink, motherfucking wink, if you know what I mean. Andrew Anglin also crossed the line, right, with this similar harassment. Alex Jones continued so much with his lies that the parents were getting harassed, cyber harassment, physical harassment, just wouldn't stop. This is the danger. This is the precedent. If you have people following and you go after somebody online and you chastise them, oh, you better be careful because you may have some of your nutcases go after these people, even if you didn't say to do it. You're responsible. You are now on the hook. You see? Andrew Anglin also, same thing. Andrew Anglin, he was talking about, he was kind of, trashing this, I think, real estate agent or something, this girl, and she was also related. You understand? And so he crossed the line. He no longer served a meaningful purpose. He went too far. And by the way, take a look at Andrew Anglin's colleagues. Okay? I mean, I don't understand how, it doesn't make sense to me when you have this website and you are just like constantly just, making all types of crude, hostile, hateful, non-constructive comments about Jewish people. In other words, it's not a criticism, it's just a complete, like a vitriol hate campaign, which you understand. You understand the utility of that, right? But you have that guy doing that, which tells you right there. Anybody, same thing with Brother Nathaniel. Like, he does the same thing. That tells you, right? These guys are doing that for two reasons. First of all, they're able to get money from people. Okay. Second of all, they're able to create this hostile atmosphere, which can have ramifications that are, you understand. But you look at the guy, his colleagues on that site were Jewish. I mean, isn't that a little strange? And to be honest, I look at Andrew Anglin, I believe he's half Jewish. I can tell. I can look at him and tell you that. So, you have to wonder, what's going on. Why? Just like Jeff Rentz. Jeff Rentz does the same thing. Okay? Non-constructive, just complete smash, bash, boom, 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 boom. Nothing else but boom, 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 boom. Just like, by the way, the, what's it called? That publication that was run by, what was it, American Review or something? That publication that's run by, what's his name? Cortel. It's obvious. Folks, I'm telling you, there are certain people, certain groups out there who are doing things to create perceived hostilities. Okay? You understand? It's obvious. Anybody know what I'm talking about? They have a publication called The Barnes Review. Bellinger? Come on, dude. Are you kidding me? That's a joke, right? Hold on, I'm going to look it up. Because I experienced these guys as well. Okay? Yeah. Willis Carto. Look up the guy's name. Willis Carto. Okay? They're known. So the Barnes Review is they are known as anti-Semitic Holocaust deniers, this and that. And there's a website that they had. I forgot what it's called. Fuck. It's this, but anyway, the website. It's remarkable because you would think, okay, they're going to be the first people who are going to talk about, the problems in the financial system, let's say, or the media, or whatever, right? But guess what? I simply was trying to be heard. I contacted them thinking that they would want to hear, they'd love to hear from me. And I went through a person, and according to Carto, they didn't want to have me on. And guess who they had on? Not too long after that. They had on these guys. Let me see. What's their name? They promoted the book of these guys who were. Oh fuck. Oh, I know their names now. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. They're fucking useless. Give me a second. Okay, I got it. They're the guys that come out with this stupid fucking Trader's Almanac. Okay? The book comes out with like, on every other Sunday of the leap year, the market is up. Just stupid fucking horse shit for morons. It's completely useless, okay? I mean, you may think it's useful if you're fucking green, if you don't know what the fuck's going on. Okay? But take a look who these guys are. Okay? They came out with some fucking book, Dow 50,000 or something. Okay? So they were pumping the stock market. They didn't want to this was after the financial crisis. I'm trying to get my story out. And they didn't want to have me on. Okay? Hold on a second. So take a look who wrote the Stock Market Almanac. What's the guy's name? And then you'll understand how that doesn't make any sense at all. And then I come to find out also they're pumping gold in hyperinflation. And then I find out, that's who you can tell who's really behind it. That's what you call major controlled opposition. Okay? You have certain people out there who are so egregious in their ideas, right, and their presentation that they don't serve a useful purpose except for the people who they're actually egregious against. And you know what that purpose is. You understand? Right? That's Jeff Rentz to some degree, although he's in it for the money. I mean, this guy's been divorced like 13 times, 14 times. He's in every. It's just the money. Nathaniel, he's in it for the money, no doubt about it. Let's see here. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Jeffrey Hirsch. That's the guy, Jeffrey Hirsch. So think about that. I mean, I'm just telling you, folks. I know the goddamn song and dance. Nobody knows it better than me, because I've been living it, and I'm not just talking about observation. I've interacted. I have specific. I know that nobody knows this fucking this subjugation of what's going on with this disinformation and shit better than me. Nobody in the world, I will guarantee you, because I fucking lived it. And I was prime positioned to be somebody, to be front and center. And I was shut out by everybody. Everybody. You got it? That's the reality. Okay? I'm telling you, I mean, I just it's just obvious. There's a lot of disinformation gatekeepers out there. A lot. I mean, I would say almost all the people out there that kind of portray themselves as kind of like a reliable source, they're just gatekeepers in disinformation. Almost all of them. There's a few idiots out there, but almost all of them are doing that. I mean, I can't think offhand of anybody who's not a disinfo gatekeeper. Nobody at all. Okay, and then I of course I had one run-in back around 2011. Desperate to find somebody who's not going to ban me. This is a globalresearch.net fraud. Take a look at their stuff. No. The guy wouldn't publish my stuff. And take a look at the guy. Look at his name. You understand what's going on. I'm telling you, folks. You all don't know. I've already been through the whole thing. I know how it works. Same thing with World Daily Net. Fraud. Farah, this guy. He acts like, oh yeah, he wants to get exposed. He's fucking. This guy is same as Mr. Hirsch. I'm telling you, there's no sources out there. Zero. I mean, if there's a source, you don't know about them. They don't have exposure. But I mean, think about the source. They got to have a lot of knowledge base to really be credible. I mean, I told you. I mean, I've gone through so many. Let me tell you a story. Kind of a learning point, and it's proven true many times after. I ran into a guy one time, and he was talking about how he went to school with Alex Jones, and I forgot. Fuck. I forgot it's a suburb of Dallas, I forgot. And we were talking about stuff, and he seemed to kind of be on track, know what's going on. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, this guy, he seems like... And then he, starts talking about some wacko shit. I'm thinking, what the fuck? So, it's kind of... It's they start talking about stuff, and then they mention fucking chemtrails and shit like that. I'm like, what? You see? And this is part of it. This is part of the control mechanism is to lump in these stupid, baseless, horseshit conspiracies with the truth, so that for instance, you say, oh, you believe in such and such. Oh, so you agree with Alex Jones. right? Because so Alex Jones advocates it, it's instantly seen as not credible. Just like, oh, you believe such and such runs Wall Street. Okay. And you also believe in chemtrails? You understand? That's why you see a lot of these things, these certain things are frequently paired up with horse shit. So that the people who are exposed to them, they believe in horse shit, so they have no credibility. Instantly, like, you're not even going to look at anything they say. It's another mechanism, by the way. Okay? And of course, you know, Joe Rogan was doing that shit. He was, you know, talking about flat Earth, fake moon landing, all this shit. People forget what kind of fucking horse shit he was talking about a long time ago, and then he changed. Okay? You understand? And, you know, I mean, this is how it works, folks. I'm telling you. And you got people that completely believe these guys. A good example, I remember one person, anybody remember this Jordan Maxwell? This obese dude with glasses, and, you know, by the name alone, you know his background. He's a guy, conspiracy guy. Alex Jones and Jeff Prince would have him on a lot. And I think he came out, he would tell people that he would tell people, and this is like one of the things he became known for, is that when you're born, the government owns you. It's on your birth certificate. Some fucking stupid shit like this. I mean, and people would like believe it like a religion. Because, you know, he would, you know, he practiced it. It sounded believable. If you're an idiot, this is what I'm talking about, folks. They don't want credible people who are really educated. You see, they don't want that. They want people who are willing to sell out for PR. Alex Jones is the most obvious person that does this. If you've ever listened to this fucking slob, this fraud slob, even today, with 30 fucking years of experience interviewing people, he still leads them. You know, leading a person, he'd be like, oh yeah, and also, you know, because the government, you know, they want to kill 90% of the population. That's why, you know, Monsanto is, you know, they're doing this now. I mean, right? He'll lead the person to agree with him, even though the person's maybe not going to agree, but he words it in a way to kind of sway them, and the person kind of just goes along with it, because the person knows subconsciously without thinking about it, you know, they're kind of they've established a bond, and, you know, they'll just agree with you. Understand? It's Alex. If you want to learn that tactic, it's Alex Jones is the most obvious person to do it. You see? So you have people that do that because they go along. Have you ever heard somebody interviewing a person, especially on Alex Jones, and the person says, no, wait a second, Alex, this is nonsense. This is not true. What are you saying? You'll almost never hear that. Have you noticed that? So, do you really think that in all throughout history, in all these big interviews, it's never happened that an interviewer says something completely in disagreement with the person they're interviewing? No. It happens, I'm sure, a lot. But the psychology involved is that the person isn't going to create they're not going to confront it. They're just going to kind of, yeah. You understand? Alex Jones plays that to a T. And he's not even like skillful in doing it. He's a fucking idiot. Okay? But my point is that, so why is that done? Why does the interviewee allow that? Because the interviewee is there for PR. They're there to get exposure, to sell their fucking books, or whatever. You understand? I mean, if I'm being interviewed, I'll be like, no, wait a second. Okay? You'll understand what I'm saying. right? Alex Jones is definitely on the obesity drugs. I don't know which one. It's no question. No fucking question. I mean, that's a dream come true for him 5 years ago when he was selling his fucking weight loss scammy pills that didn't work. And he had these Photoshop pictures. Like he could have used that drug and claimed it was his bullshit pills. And his stupid fucking mentally ill, emotionally deranged cult members would believe him. Okay? So, this is what I'm talking about, folks. The fact is, this is just a fact. I'm just telling you. I mean, give me one person out there that's got a lot of exposure that's legit. There ain't nobody. Nobody. If anybody knows, I know. Okay? Because you got to understand, I was desperate to get my story out. My first story. Okay? About the financial crisis. Then after that, everything else. Healthcare, the trade system. And then after that, how it was banned. Everything. So I know the deal. And I'm telling you. Okay? That's the reality. Okay? That's the reality. And when you get really good like me, you can spot them in a fucking heartbeat. Before that, it'll take you a while, depending upon who they are. A lot of it's knowledge base. You got, you can spot them based upon knowing things. If you understand what's going on. It's very difficult. There's no doubt about it. Folks, of course it's difficult to spot these fuckers. Very few people can do it. This is why do you think they're fooling everybody? I mean, think about it. I mean, a great example is Elon Musk. Think about it. He fooled all these libertards, these liberal fucks. Okay? He fooled all of them with his EV bullshit. Right? Oh, Elon, yeah, you're gonna. Oh, yeah. And then he flips on them. He flips on them he flips on a fucking dime when he realizes Trump is going to win and Trump is going to get out of the Paris Accord and Trump is not going to support EV subsidies. You understand? And these stupid fucking liberals didn't realize they got fucked. They created the Frankenstein. Elon Musk is the Frankenstein. They created this guy. It's because of them is why he's in the position that he's in. They made their fucking bed, they need to sleep in it. Okay? It's just like the French. Several years ago, when they were protesting against the redcoats or whatever, they went out on the streets protesting. They were protesting and all this shit. Why? Because Macron wanted to levy a green tax. Some type of tax for climate change. And they fucking went ballistic. And I'm thinking to myself, and I told my French friend, I said, dude, you fucking idiots. I mean, this is what they get. What do they think it's all about anyway? It's about fucking taxes and control. And then the second this comes out, now they're bitching. But it's their fault. They're the ones that created it. You see? Christopher Langan, this guy's a fraud, man. He's a total fraud. The smartest guy in the world. No, he's a fraud. The guy's an absolute fraud. Bullshit artist fraud. Okay? A bullshit artist fraud. No doubt about it. I mean, I listened to this guy like maybe once, and he's just bullshit. Like, he can't even talk his way out of his bullshit. But he's a major bullshit artist. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Okay. Finally waking up to Musk. Well, guess what? People finally woke up to Alex Jones. Alex Jones is wealthy now, and Alex Jones has got a lot of followers. It's too late to wake up to Elon Musk. No, they're not waking up to Elon Musk. They blew it. They fucking blew it. You got it? Waking up to a guy that's the richest guy in the world. He made his money from doing nothing but bullshitting and lying and being responsible for killing people. I think it's a little bit late. The people fucking failed. They're idiots. What do you think these people do? People in my position, okay, of my intelligence, what do you think they're doing? You think they're doing what I'm doing? They're doing what Elon Musk is doing. Okay? They're doing what Peter Thiel is doing. You understand? Folks, this is what do you think? That's what I'm saying. The people that are intelligent, that know what's going on, they're not there for you. They're fucking there to game you. I mean, a much easier scammer to detect who I expose is this fucking Palapatia guy. Oh, I hate Facebook, they're evil, and I quit. Oh, really? So I'm going to trust you. If you work with Facebook, you're guilty. Forget it. Get out. And he came out as a populist. And the fucking idiots believe this guy. And he did all that. Why? Because he was pitching all these fucking SPAC scams. And he got rich off that shit. You understand what I'm saying? The clever people that know what's going on, they're gonna fucking defraud people. They're gonna play the system. Because they have a morality problem. They're money-worshipping devils. I'm not a money-worshipping devil. That's why I would never do that. Okay? That's what I'm saying. This is the reality, folks. Unfortunately, most people are going to do that. Why? Because this is the society that we live in now. It's part of the capitalist crisis that we're in. You see? And, what makes it worse is that they don't get shamed. They're not getting shamed. Even today, Kevin O'Leary, he gets promoted every fucking day. Like he's an expert. He's not, Kevin O'Leary says there should be 400% tariffs against China. I was going to go over that video. Kevin O'Leary, who the fuck are you? Take your big fat bald fucking ass, go to Canada. You tell Canada what kind of tariffs they need to levy. Don't fucking talk about America. Get the fuck out of here. On top of that, who the fuck are you? How are you qualified to talk about tariffs? He's qualified because the media says so. Because he's related to these fucking parasites. You got it? You understand? So instead of canceling his ass because he whored for FTX, oh no, forget about it. It doesn't exist. Kevin, you're an expert. Think about it. Same thing with Mark Cuban. Same thing with Mark Cuban. Right? These are guys that the media tells you, they're geniuses. They're great business experts and investment experts. Yet they made the dumbest decisions, the dumbest investment business decisions possible. They teamed up with the fucking obvious Ponzi scheme. I say obvious. You all heard the video. I came out and said it's a Ponzi scheme. 6 months before. I knew it was a Ponzi scheme before that. Any crypto company that's doing yield farming and offering any type of returns over 7%, they're obviously a scam. Okay? No doubt about it. Okay? It's either a Ponzi scheme or some combination of a Ponzi scheme and excessive leverage, which they're not supposed to be doing. Okay? Same thing. It's a scam. And so, Mark Cuban teams up with Voyager Digital and promotes it. Tells all the Dallas Mavericks fans they can get $100 if they make a trade. with Voyager. Sign them all up. I mean, you can't make a dumber business decision than this. Where's your due diligence? See, Mark Cuban, remember I went over this before. Mark Cuban, he said that Bitcoin was like, he preferred bananas over Bitcoin or something like that. It's worth nothing. Just like Kevin O'Leary. Yeah, they say it's worth nothing back in 2018, 2019. Then they find out, they have exposure. So they can be high-profile endorsers and make a lot of money. All of a sudden, it's great. I mean, that's fraud. Right there, that's fraud. Does the media call them out on that? No. You understand? Kevin O'Leary comes out and, kissing ass to Sam Bankman-Fried, how FTX is so great and this and that. Before, a year before, it's a scam. Cryptocurrencies are a scam. Oh, they're trying, right? You understand? Yet, after all this, make really stupid, dishonest, fraudulent mistakes, and they're still experts, and they're interviewed every day. Why? Because they got the right bloodline. Let's help our buddies. They can make a lot of money. We can get the content. We can throw the audience under the bus and make a lot more money advertising. You got it? That's how it works. Okay? I mean, Mark Cuban's a fucking idiot. Mark Cuban is a business and investment idiot. It's fact. It's fact. He's a fucking idiot. Now, and by the way, Kevin O'Leary is also a business and investment idiot. That's a fact. Now, I don't come out too often and proclaim anyone an investment or business idiot other than the fake investment gurus on YouTube. I don't come out too often and say that, do I? It's not like I say that to every person. I don't recall saying it. I can't recall. I'm sure I have, but I can't recall. These are the two guys that are certainly business and investment idiots, but they're promoted as experts. Okay? It's the same. The media does this all the time. Once again, ask yourself why they're promoting jugheads. Once again, ad-based content, right? And they got the right bloodline. It's that simple. Okay? It's that simple. Why does no one say, wait a second, how come somebody out there that's got some exposure, some influence says, what's Mark Cuban doing? Hoard out every fucking day on the media as he's some expert. What's Kevin O'Leary? These guys ain't no experts. Why are they an expert? Oh, well, he made $1 billion. Yeah, well, let's talk about the fucking details. They're fucking scammers, both of them. And at least one of them's a fucking drunk. Mark Cuban. At least one. I mean, I know this from personal experience, as I've said before. You can tell the fucker that. He ain't going to come up against me. None of these fuckers will. None of them. Okay? Bill Ackman. Ask about being on the telephone panting away in 2008. Panting his ass off. Okay? Anyway. But you see, so think about it. You got some people out there who, maybe they have a large social media following. Are they going to expose these guys? No. Because they're in on the game too. In fact, they're much closer to the game than you might think. Because think about it. Who does the media go to? The best people to go to for the media is the dingbats, the idiots. Why? Because they have a bunch of idiot followers. This is why you see the media promote dingbats that have a lot of followers, like Graham Stephan. CNBC Make It. Meet Kevin. You understand? That's why, folks, there's no difference in these fucking... All these motherfuckers are on the ad-based business model. They're all scammers. It's that simple. It's a fact. Okay? It's that fucking simple. Okay? And as a result, you know, where this comes in with China and the U.S., you're not going to hear the truth, the real truth. I mean, does anybody out there doubt anything I've said about the U.S. and China? You're getting world-class fucking insight. This whole fucking discussion, going all the way back when I explained how Thailand's economy works. Nobody knows that. Nobody knows that. You all know now why they don't want to lower tariffs. They want to find a way around it if they can. Right? Versus Vietnam. Ready to go. Ready to lower the tariffs. You see? That's just one little simple example. You see? It's that simple, folks. It's that fucking simple. You know, all these fuckers are paying for this shit. Okay? Robert Kiyosaki is paying for this syndicated bullshit which he doesn't even write. I remember I want to say like 20 years ago, maybe a little longer. I swear to God, I remember Susie Orman took out an ad on Yahoo calling for writers. I swear to God. I was like, this is weird. Like, I'm not kidding. I don't remember where on Yahoo. Like, it wasn't like classified ads. It was really weird. I mean, none of these people write anything. You know that, right? They're all just fucking talking. None of the fucking YouTube fake gurus, they don't, they work with these agencies, these fucking scammy ad agencies. You all know that, right? They just read the fucking script. Once you've got the subscribers, you're in the fucking algorithm. It's it. Game over. That's it. You're in the algorithm. You're going to get all the money. So they work with ad agencies to do all the negotiation to get them the endorsements that they need, right? And the stories that they have are usually tailored to the advertisement. You see? And so these ad agencies, which are fucking criminal in my opinion, they work with all these fucking scam tube losers, and they give them the fucking script. And the scripts are basically written by, you know, low-paid people. They can, you know, slave labor they can get away from in English-speaking countries. India, Philippines, and they'll tell them a topic, you know, come up with the topic, and they'll send it to these guys. This is what's you all know this is what's going on, right? Just like a lot of these channels, they're interviewing people for money. Like they're paying big money to get interviewed. You know, I can't tell all the time. Sometimes you can tell, it's obvious, but it can be difficult sometimes. You see? But like Graham Stephan's Iced Coffee channel, everybody that pays on there, everyone that gets on there is paying him. Almost every single person's a scammer on there. It's obvious. He's like promoting, day traders and shit, like scammers. And now I was going to catch up with the fraud, humble trader, that stupid low IQ fucking weird sounding fraudster. But I was having problems with my my streaming software. That's why I uninstalled it and reinstalled it and had to do all the settings and shit. Apparently it's okay now, I guess. But I was going to go over her the other day, and I just quickly looked at her. I was like, oh shit, I see what she's doing now. Now she's turned her channel into, instead of her like, oh, here's what I do, here's what a day trader. This girl is an absolute 1 billion% fraud. But what she does now is she promotes day traders and people. She's getting paid to promote these frauds. She's serving now as a promoter of scammers. Guaranteed. Write it down. Fact. It's obvious. Okay? YouTube is such a fucking criminal platform. It's so... Jesus, I swear to God, I wish I was the fucking president. Oh, shit. There'd be a lot of people in fucking prison. There'd be a lot of companies shut down. I swear to God. YouTube is instantly gone. Facebook is gone instantly. In fact, Zuckerberg is going to jail. Okay? Like Donald Trump said he was, until Zuckerberg handed him $1 million, and all of a sudden they're fucking best bros. Right? Zuckerberg's going to jail for his role in the homicides and murders and other things on Facebook. He's going to prison. Not to mention the election fraud. He's going to jail lifetime. And by the way, their money gets taken away. Okay? All of their fucking money that they stole, they get fucking stripped away immediately. That's what I would do. Okay? YouTube would be gone. Google would be seriously fucking... I'd hammer Google down to the fucking ground. Almost to probably non-existent. Pretty damn close. Microsoft would get hammered pretty good. Amazon would get hammered pretty damn good. I mean, honestly, it's it's hard to find a large corporation in America that's not fucking criminal. It's a matter of kind of like, okay, who are the worst offenders? You kind of have to do it that way, right? I mean, Wall Street, I'd fucking clean house. I'd clean house. You kidding me? Fuck. You have no idea. Not just clean house, I'd fucking completely... You all know the you understand, the president appoints all these motherfuckers, right? All these government agencies, so think about all the watchdogs are appointed by the president. Well, that comes into play. Why do you think the money guys are always the big campaign donors to the president? Because the president's the guy who determines who the next SEC commissioner is going to be, for instance. You understand? So, what do you think the possibility is that the SEC is going to investigate if Bill Ackman's involved in manipulating the market? Fuck. Zero. Okay? Just like the reason why no bankers were investigated for their role in fraud that caused the financial crisis of 2008. Take a look who the top campaign donors were for Obama. 2008. Go ahead, go search right now. You're going to see probably the top 7 or 8 of 10 are financial firms or multinational corporations like Microsoft or securities law firms, stuff like that. Take a look. You don't believe me? Go ahead. I think Goldman Sachs number 1. Go ahead. Okay? You understand? You see what I'm saying, folks? I'd clean fucking house. I mean, I should just fucking make a whole video, like just talking about what I would do if I was in charge. You know, holy shit. I mean, the obvious stuff doesn't need to be talked about. Obviously, you know, close the borders. I'd deport the illegals. I'd deport everyone who was not, everyone who claims natural citizenship through birth. If their parents were not legal, sorry, you're not a citizen. You have to go. I'm sorry. You understand? That's just normal. You can't cheat. You can't. I'm sorry. You don't qualify for U.S. citizenship if you're born in America to a mother that was breaking the federal law. You're no longer valid. You're born to a fugitive. I'm sorry, that doesn't work. I mean, am I wrong? Am I unreasonable? I don't think so. Right? Is that wrong? Someone tell me. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Right? I don't think so. It's not your fault. You know, you're the innocent baby. But it still doesn't change the fact that your mother, your parents put you in that situation. If you want to blame somebody, blame them. Right? You see? But then you got the dreamers. They're dreaming. They're not, what was it? Who are the dreamers? They're the ones that are like they're not legal. Something like they're not even legal or something like that. Dreamers? What are you fucking talking about, Biden? You dirty fucking piece of shit. Dreamers? You got Americans born in America that are fucking dreaming. They're dreaming about getting a decent fucking job and a career with a pension. It's a dream for them because they can't get it. You stupid fuck. They can't get it. They're driving for Uber. Because you and all your fucking buddies for the past 30 years allowed criminal corporate America to send their fucking jobs to Asia. Folks, do you understand? Do you understand who created the developing world? America. These countries are called developing because of America. If you're an American, you fueled the developing countries. Why do you think they're developing? Because of jobs that they were supposed to go to you. You got it? How do you think they're developing? Because they have great education and great innovation, and they're producing all these great products and things that people need? You understand what's going on? These countries are developing because they have jobs producing iPhones from American companies. Apple. Because they're producing tennis shoes from Nike. You understand? That's why they're developing. At the expense of working middle class America. That's what I wrote about 20 fucking years ago. Nobody can argue with that. Once again, now you know why I was shut out immediately. And it's a goddamn travesty. It's a crime on humanity for me to have to be shut out and remain that way. And you all should be fucking pissed. Think long and hard about that. Think about it. Are you fucking kidding me? Really? Dreamers? I mean, how come nobody ever said that, what I just said? I don't think anybody said that, did they? Because, folks, first of all, you don't have anybody that has that perspective that has exposure. You see? But, I mean, I don't think it takes that much. And if somebody does have the exposure and understands that perspective, think about it. They're not going to tell the truth. It's not about the truth, folks. It's about saying what you need to say to keep getting that fucking PR, to sell your books, to open up your ETF company, right? Because they're going to tell you that, oh, it's a genius investor, Kevin O'Leary. You all saw the video where I exposed Kevin O'Leary's ETF company is engaging in marketing fraud, right? You all did see that? He's a fucking scammer. He's engaging in marketing fraud, posting fucking bogus performance, like hypothetical performance, and then he has it like in tiny print. Oh, well, this is not, you can't do that. That's fucking illegal. I mean, what do you expect? Like, you're surprised? I mean, are you surprised? Folks, look at the character, understand the character of the person, and then you know you won't be surprised when you get scammed. Right? It's the character. I mean, Kevin O'Leary, I mean, you know, you got guys like Kevin O'Leary and Mark Cuban. These guys, it doesn't take a genius to see their characters are shit. You know, it doesn't take, obviously these guys are shit characters, complete degenerates. I mean, some people can pull it off much better, but these guys, in my opinion, it's pretty obvious to me. All they care about is themselves, and they're very relentless, greedy, money-worshipping parasites. It's just, that's the vibe that I've always gotten from these guys. That's just me, though. You know, some people play it off better. Trump can play it better, even though he's no different. But he you know, he's a better actor, right? He's a much better actor. You see? You know, Elon Musk is not so much of a good actor. I don't understand why people don't realize, you know, I mean, this guy is obviously, this is what I say, folks. It's what I say earlier, you know, you look at Japan, it's like, yeah, you could, in some regards, you could say maybe the democracy is, yeah, not quite there as America's, even though America's is fucked up. But on the other hand, you look at their whole system and you see, like, you're not going to see the types of shit in Japan as you see in America. I mean, you all remember the guy, the Nissan CEO, right? You know, the guy they said is from Lebanon, but you know he's not really his ethnicity, you know, or he wouldn't have that position. You remember the Nissan guy several years ago? He ended up escaping the Japan. He was going to go to jail. He escaped in a coffin or something, right? He's a fugitive from Japan. The Nissan CEO they were going to basically throw in jail because he did not disclose his full compensation. You know, like in the filings, in the public filings. I mean, think about that. In America, if that happened, it's like, oh, sorry, we have to, you know, it's a mistake. We have to put it there. In Japan, they don't allow these CEOs to act like fucking gods. You see, in Japan, still, you see, Japan is, the corporations in Japan, they run like the corporations in America ran, you know, 60, 70 years ago, where there was a common kind of they had a stakeholder relationship, you know, a shared responsibility between the investors, the shareholders, and the country, the society. That's how it used to be in America, you know, 70 years ago, 60 years ago. That's how it is in Japan still. Once that changed in America, you see how it is now. It's insane. Remember, you got guys that are killing people, that are CEOs, that not only don't even go to jail, they leave with tens of millions of dollars. Japan, if you don't disclose all the compensation, you go to fucking jail. That sounds like a pretty good system to me. I commend the Japanese. see? America has failed. Truly. I mean, you have to look at China. Only looking at China does America look like their system is, because China is completely fucked. Absolutely fucked. I told you guys what happens to China. Okay? They have the right, the police have the right, the legal right to get a fucking billy club and beat the shit out of you. They can beat your fucking head in the ground and you can't do anything. You think you have rights in China? Folks, these communists, you have to understand, the communist people, you have no rights. You can't say anything. You can't fight. There's no legal system for you. It doesn't work. I'm telling you, this is how it works in these countries. Okay? And they abuse the people. They absolutely abuse the citizens. You saw that one video with the COVID, they were going to disinfect everything. You saw how they trashed their apartments and they stole their possessions. That's typical. That's how they behave in these communist countries. There's no accountability, and they act with complete impunity. You see? Fact. I mean, why aren't you hearing this? I mean, even the people who are anti-China that know this stuff, why aren't they saying it? Right? Why? It's true. It's fact. If you're a foreigner in China, like I said, you want to ride the train in China, you better be carrying your fucking passport. You're not getting on. Okay? You gotta have they're gonna check who you are. You live in China as a foreigner, they're gonna pay you a visit every 2-3 months, the police. And they're gonna check on you. Okay? They're gonna interview you. What are you doing here? Where do you work? Where are you from? Let me see your passport. How long have you been here? And they're following you very closely. Okay. You go on the trains as well. Every once in a while, the police at will, they can stop you. Let me see your phone. They got a device. They put it in the phone where the charger is. They don't need your password, and they copy everything in your phone. Okay? And they go through, and they don't need to, they let you go. They got everything. They know who you are. They know where you are. I mean, you know that, right? They know where to find you. And if they see anything on that phone that they don't like, you're in trouble. Including if you have ever emailed or messaged anyone, private email, private message, and you said anything bad about the government or Xi Jinping, you can go to jail. I'm not exaggerating. Okay? You get the death penalty in these countries. In China, in Vietnam, if you incite war. What's inciting war? Is inciting war telling the people to stand up and fight for their rights? Yeah, they could say that. You get the death penalty. Okay? Tell me you're not living in fear if you're in a country like that. You're living in fear about saying anything about the government. You don't want to say nothing. I mean, do you think that's going to promote innovation, creativity? Right? I mean, think about it. I mean, this is China, folks. You're talking about a very brutal, barbaric government. They're sociopaths. They're literally sociopaths. The only question remaining is what's, when they crumble, when the CCP, when the Communist Party finally is overthrown by the people. And by the way, I've mentioned this a few years ago. Do you really think the Chinese people in China didn't see the Hong Kong riots? Believe me, folks, the Chinese people, they could break at any time. Okay? There's a lot of shit that's building up in China. And when they break, enough, if it's enough, that government's done. Okay? Imagine now, with the economic crisis there, real estate crisis, and it's not, you're talking about, about the youth unemployment. Very high in China, probably around 25, 26%. You know who makes all the riots? It's the young people, not the old people. It's the young people. Everybody losing all their money. Understand, 75% of the net worth of the average Chinese person is in real estate. Okay? Real estate has collapsed, and it's going lower. Not only that, obviously, they're in deflation. Consumer confidence has collapsed. Consumer spending is collapsing. You all know many luxury brands have already pulled out of China. You all know that, right? You don't know that, do you? That's fact. Many of them that are remaining is just nothing going on. Just just sitting there, nothing. Okay. Why do you think Estee Lauder share price collapsed from 200 some dollars to $50? Their whole growth is reliant on China. China's fucked. You understand? No jobs. So think about it for a second. At some point, between all the COVID bullshit lockdowns and all that shit, all that abusive shit they had to go through, you saw some of it, and it's continued. They haven't gotten an improvement in their economy. It's gotten worse. And the government's gone through, alienated itself with aggressions in the South China Sea. Nobody trusts China now. The whole world is on a backlash with China now. And now you have all the trade problems getting worse. You understand? That's why I say I wouldn't be surprised at any time of a collapse in the Communist Party in China. I'd say, they have a lot of things that they can, but I wouldn't be surprised. But I'd say probably not, but it would not surprise me one fucking bit. Because when these things happen, they happen quickly. Okay? Once again, folks, why do you think they they have tens of thousands of officials that monitor WeChat and their Weibo. They have guys that monitor everything. Anything that's posted that's not favorable or that could cause what is perceived as a social unrest or riot is removed, and the person gets arrested. That's how they're controlling people, through intimidation and through complete censorship. You see? That's a very important tool that the CCP uses to make sure, because remember, the communist government legitimizes itself based on economic prosperity, and they don't have that now. I mean, they can say their GDP growth is anything they fucking want. It's a goddamn lie. Okay? It's no doubt about it. Their GDP growth has not been fucking more than probably 2% over the past 2-3 years, each year. But they're claiming 5%. It's a complete fucking lie. 2% doesn't sound so bad. U.S. delivered 2.57%, 2024. Probably this year, the way things look, we'll be lucky to get 1. But you're talking about a developing country, right? 2% is not, a lot of that's from state-run entities, you see, and their whole bullshit system. So there's not a lot going on. So think about that. People are questioning now, right? It's not just one year. It's several years of economic dismay. High youth unemployment. Things getting worse on the trade front. So, it's that's why I say my guess is probably they'll last through this decade. I don't know when they're going to go, but they're not going to last. I'm pretty confident I'll live to see the day when the CCP gets fucking toppled down. And that'll be, good for the Chinese people. But it's going to take them a lot of time and effort to recuperate from that shit. You see? Don't ever let anybody tell you that China is a superpower or even is capable of it. I mean, I'm telling you, they're not capable. You probably never heard that. You may have heard they're not a superpower, although most of the time you're going to hear, Ray Dalio wants to tell you that they're the next superpower. He's a fucking idiot. This guy's a pinhead. Fucking moron. Well, I'm Ray Dalio, and I researched this for Hawaii nations for 2 years. And so what? What? Like, the conclusions he draws, and he researched it for a year or 2. Are you fucking stupid? Fucking moron. Just, dude, what a fucking idiot. Whoa, what are you talking about? He's a billionaire. Who are you? Okay. Right. That's the mentality. All these guys telling you that China's a superpower, right? And then you got, what's his name? Chang. What's his first name? The guy with the glasses. Of course, now he's one of these guys. I think he's like a half Chinese, and I think he's I'm sure he's half Jewish. Chang, the guy that wrote some book, China's going to collapse like 25 years ago. He wrote the book before China even got off the fucking ground. Fucking idiot. He's like one of these, he hates himself. He hates himself. You can tell by the way he talks about China. He just hates himself. He hates the Chinese. I don't know if he hates that he's like a half-breed. I don't know what it is, but if you've ever run across the guy, or maybe you next time you listen to him, just kind of carefully, you can tell he just doesn't like, when he starts talking about China, you can tell he just doesn't, because he's part Chinese, right? There's something personal going on. But this guy's a fucking idiot. He talked about China's going to collapse before they even boomed. Oh yeah, dude, what are you talking about? Like, you're a contrarian indicator, man. Fucking idiot. He's in the media all the time. Right. What's his name? Chang? Gordon Chang. I actually had an article I was going to do. It's one of those articles that got lost in the Knicks like several years ago. Like, you know, just to show what an idiot he is and why he's promoted and so forth. Yeah, Gordon Chang. Fucking clown. I mean, come on. You know. I mean, I'm just telling you, just go back, just watch some of his little interviews, and you'll see, like, there's something about this guy. He's taking it personal. He really doesn't like Chinese, and you know, he's half Chinese. Like what happened, dude? You know, it's obvious to me. There's something there, and but anyway, go through, folks, and see. You know, China's superpower, right? You got all, you know, a lot of these so-called experts are telling you, right? And you got also the latest I saw. What's his name? This guy Varantakis, the former Greek finance minister. And let me just say something, okay? If you really think he's Greek, then you got a lot to learn. I'm pretty sure, I didn't look into him, I'm pretty sure he's not really ethnically Greek. Kind of like the political leadership in Greece is not really Greek. You know, kind of like pretty much everywhere else, including, I don't know, Mexico. You got it? Okay? But he's coming out like he's some populist, right? And he you know, and he comes out with this pro-China bullshit. Complete fucking nonsense. The guy's a fucking clown. So, yeah. So, you know, I don't have access to Pat Buchanan's books, but I would recommend you look at them just to see what he says. Suicide of a Superpower, 2012. It's probably, I'm sure it's not as much about trade. I'm sure there's some, but it's more about the culture, you know, stuff like that. You guys should take a look at it and see. In fact, the more you look into Buchanan, you'll probably understand Trump completely copied his presidential campaign talking points. Meanwhile, during that time, Trump was calling him a liberal and a Nazi. So I'm talking about, folks, character, okay? Trump's got the character of Robert Kiyosaki, okay? Grant Cardone, which, by the way, Grant Cardone spoke in Trump's campaign. You know, Grant Cardone paid Trump, of course, but, you know. Pat Buchanan, obviously you can tell the guy is got some character. You see? He's got character. Anyway, the construction has stopped, so I think I will stop now and go to bed.